All right, America. You wanted the best. You've got the best. The hottest man and woman in the land. Mike and Destiny. Tonight, grab your coffee, clutch your Bible, hold on to your common sense, baby, because the most dangerous duo in digital broadcasting is officially clocked in. Mike and Destiny. I'm Mike Mac. She's Destiny. This is Wednesday night. Say something. Let me give a massive shout out, as always, as we start these spaces, to America Mission, the elite squad of patriots who don't just post memes, baby, they make movements. You want to know what real activism looks like? Go to americamission.com, hit that X page, subscribe, and link arms with the sharpest, loudest, boldest group of God-fearing, freedom-loving Americans you're ever going to meet. And they got tinfoil and tokens, baby. So, should be something special. Speaking of family, want to give a big hello to our family of listeners because you are listening live on the official X broadcast, Rumble, and YouTube channels. Thank you guys, as always, so much. And if you're not a part of the community and you want to be, you can do it. All you got to do is go into the bio and you can fix that freaking problem right now. After the show, we will be doing a subscribers-only space. So you can subscribe 99 cents a month, less than a gas station taquito.
How much? How much was that? You said 99 cents?
So cheap. And if you'd like to join us afterwards, you can do that for little Mike Mac and the Madness. Hit that subscribe button. Come over to the space. Lots of fun. Some people say it's the subscription heard round the world. I'm not saying it, but people are saying it. So I'm just saying that. But in the community, there's also the community, guys, the Say Something community. Come over there. Join us all in that as well. But before we tear into tonight's chaos, I want you to hit the purple pill, or as I like to call it, the little print button. Ow! Just hit that button real quick. Retweet the space. Drop your questions and your fire comments down below, and we will read some of those bad boys out loud. Now, before I unleash the thunderstorm, that's what I like to call her. That is my co-host. Big salute, as always, to William Shatner, Sylvester Stallone, and Tom Cruise, who are always listening to the anonymous section. I appreciate them very, very much. But right now, buckle up, America, my partner in crime, co-pilot in chaos, ride or die remedy, my truth teller in the trenches, the wing woman through all of the wreckage. She is simply Destiny Rezendes.
Destiny. You and me. So Destiny. Destiny.
I want to try to get that pitch. I can't quite get it.
No, you're not the king of pop. You got to leave it to the king. You know, I really do love that every time I hear it. Every time I hear it. Just because
I know, I do too.
Yeah.
Every time. Because it's Michael, and also because it's Destiny. Destiny, the place for me. Yeah. Something like that. What's up, Des? What you up to?
I'm sitting on my porch. I was strumming, playing guitar when I stumbled into this space we're hosting.
You just stumbled into the space?
You know.
Well, my name's Mike. It's nice to meet you.
Mike. You pronounce it Mike or Mark?
I like to think of it as Michael.
Michelle.
I like to think my brothers.
I'm trying to get it right. Michelle.
Je m'appelle Michel. See?
See.
That's a little Spanish, a little French. A lot of people don't know that. Because it's Spanish. It's Spanish French. What's the latest? What's going on with you this week? What you been up to?
I'm you know me. I'm doing cool stuff. I put out a thread. Actually today's been kind of shitty. I advocate for the vaccine injured, and I have for many, many years. We lost one today, and it was really rough. If anyone knew her, her name is Hippy Dippy Cali Girl on here, and she was the kindest soul. And so losing her was really hard. I was totally keeping it together at first, and then I took a mic in her memorial space, and I just completely broke down and started crying because she was one of my most loyal supporters from day one. and she just wanted to help, and it's really unfortunate, and it's sad because they're still on record, they're not going to blame the vaccine. So it's just one of those things that it's a reality, and it happens on bird. This is, I think, the second or third person I've lost in my advocacy group, so that are vaccine injured. So yeah, the vaccines suck. They're horrible. They do kill people, and it's real, and it's very horrifying because these are lovely people. They have families.
Well. Here's what we got for your friend and for all of those that we've lost to COVID. This will take a few seconds, and this is for them. Yeah, it's a sad thing. It really is. I got the alerts from a lot of people. American Mission's they've been involved with that. A lot of people on that side kind of have a lot of mutual friends and stuff like that. So yeah, that's
it's hard. It's hard because you come onto social media and you don't really expect to be like emotionally affected. I don't go into it thinking, oh, I'm gonna feel sad and I'm gonna be heartbroken, and because you don't think you're gonna get that close with people, but you do over time. They were by my side for 3 years almost. So, it's a loss. It's definitely a loss. She'll be missed.
Well, she was informed by a lot of stuff that you wrote. So, that's just something that, we gotta somehow or another find our way through it. You know what I'm saying? We gotta, and hopefully, look, sometimes it seems like it's just for fun. Maybe sometimes it seems like it's a game, but there's a lot of people that go through bad stuff. I see, Jen and Dustin up here. I'm gonna come to you guys one second, but I think about what they went through, and because their story is also, because I've thought about what they went through. I think about what she's gone through, and then it's like, how would I handle those situations if I was in them? Like, it's really easy. I can sit here on a microphone in an air conditioned house, right? And everything's smooth. But I think, what would I do if I have a wife and I have kids and all of a sudden I just got debanked? I'm like, whoa, my options are out. Like, what do I do? What do I do if I got the diagnosis that, the long coat, like it's just not working out? And so it's a tough, but hopefully that's what some of these spaces can do. We can inform each other, be there for each other. It was a very nice thing that everybody did for her today. And it was really, cool to know that, what an impact she made on a lot of people. So God bless her. I hope that everybody that she's associated with, her family is going to be okay. So I guess what we'll dedicate tonight's show.
Well,
to her.
I would love to end before I do my sign off. She listened to my devotionals, and there was the most recent one that she had written a comment on was this year, later in January, and she said thank you. She thanked me for it, and she always likes them, but that was the most recent one she had put a comment on. She'd been recently in the hospital for a while. We were all praying for her, but I want to play that devotional at the end there. It's like
absolutely.
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
Yeah, can I add something to this?
Of course, cuz. Welcome to the stage, by the way. My blood, my identical cousin.
That's right, identical cousins. She actually, before she took her leave, she actually was listening to Spaces so she could leave with,
is that
yes,
right?
It is. And I have the DMs to prove it. But she was listening to Spaces. She would hop around to all of her favorite people just so she could hear them one last time before she left. So,
damn, think about that.
She was pure love. She was pure love.
Wow.
I'm telling you, she was such pure. She loved this community on it. She really did.
That is wow, Savvy. I appreciate you telling all of us that. That is wow. That's where she was connected. That's where she had it. And she went out. She went out on her sword, man. That is wow. That's impressive. I don't even know how to respond to that.
It's powerful. It's powerful, Mike. And I just wanted to take this time to reset the space a little bit, if I could, brother. Say something. Trump versus Elon. Whose side are you on with the host of the most, MikeMac, who has those 99 centers, Miss Destiny Network up there at the co-host. So anybody that you give them a follow, and anybody you resonate with on the panel. And now go down the little purple pill, push it, go up top, put repost. If you've already done that, hit undo repost and repost again. Bookmark, comment. Mike is always watching, and so is Destiny too. Back to you, Mike.
Always. Appreciate that, brother. Yeah, I'm going to give a shout out to my co-host, my other co-host in just a minute there. It's always good to see, Savvy. Always good to have some blood up here on the stage with me.
Love you. Love you. Glad to be here.
Always. Absolutely. Good to have you. Dustin, my man. I see the girl got you into the freaking, got you on the stage tonight, brother. What's, you got a show later tonight. I don't know if you're near a mic, but if you are, give us an update on that. What time you doing that? Is it tonight or Monday and Thursday?
So Monday and Thursday, we've been doing the podcast, Tinfoil and Tokens. I haven't been doing the Maha podcast for a while. Just like there's a little, but to be honest, what brought me in here, your boy Dustin, as you might imagine, is pretty salty. So like,
so salty.
No, I'm in one. I was already upset before I saw the hippy dippy news, which is really sad. She was incredibly sweet. I managed to get her to yell at me even once or twice, and you could just feel like how unnatural it was. Like, right, like it's just one of those things. Like, come on. She was always so nice though, and so like her loss is definitely felt like very seriously. And right, so I'm so freaking angry about the government, like I always am. And right, like for me, Elon just did a political journey that we've all done to some degree or another. And it essentially goes like this: grow up being part of one of the parties, realize that the party is full of shit over something. Be like, oh, well, maybe they were lying about the other party. Maybe I should check them out. Maybe I haven't been getting the full scope here. And then realizing that other party, in this case, the Republicans, you think they actually like want to cut spending. And for me, like what Elon's going through, he just did it in like a much truncated time span. But just imagine being given the ability to go like look under the rock, see all the bugs, see all the grossness, right? Like, oh my God, this is terrible. And being like, hey, here are hundreds of people who have stolen money from the American people. Maybe we could do something about that. And the general response is, we're renewing their contract. I think we need to send them more money for, just in case they've got legal troubles based on this whole Elon thing. And I think that this is somewhere where I hope Elon will listen. I want to tag something up for a minute just for you guys to help me get some eyes on it. But Elon needs to, right? The next thing I think Elon needs, like that comes in Elon's journey, is realizing that these people only respond to two things: donors who are paying them off and bullying. You cannot reason with them, right? You are not going to make a well-framed argument that convinces your member of Congress not to vote for the latest trillion-dollar monstrosity spending bill. You have to bully them and shame them and embarrass them. And so, if you guys don't mind, we can take it down just after a couple minutes. I'd like to put up my personal mission right now is to get Elon to utter a meme magic phrase that I believe will change the whole game. And he literally just needs to use the words Speaker Micro Johnson. Speaker Micro Johnson. Right? Like this little shit has done nothing but betray every single conservative value, fiscal spending, war hawking. Like he is literally when we deposed Kevin McCarthy, and it's funny because I used the Speaker Micro Johnson with Matt Gaetz like last week. And so for all of you, I just want to let you know that like his proper name and title from this day until all the days as your regional warlord will be Speaker Micro Johnson. And if I catch any of you mistitling and misgendering, or I don't even know like what the technical term, we'll have to come up with something funny, right? But if I catch you, I'm going to correct you. Speaker Micro Johnson with Matt Gaetz. It's just like, I don't know, one of my white pills, right? Like I get in these like dark moods when it comes to government because of all the like bad shit that I've seen. One of my white pills has always been that there might be this moment where AI allows us to uncover all of this like corruption, like then right, all the kickback schemes to relatives and family members, and that was going to be one of those moments that might give us the opportunity to make some wholesale changes. And I feel like almost like retarded again for being so naive is to think that we would uncover it and they would give a damn, right? Or that anything would happen as a result of that. Because what I love about Elon is that like what he said yesterday, where it's just like, actually, I feel like we probably just need to get rid of all of them. I'm like, I've been saying that to everybody for
Dustin's been saying that from day one, because we need to freaking get rid of every one of them. Even if we support them, we need to get rid of every one of them. You have been saying that, brother. I can vouch for that.
Right. And it's like Elon got there in record speed because he's Elon, right? But I feel in some ways validated that like my thesis that like, well, our government will not get better until we have a full flush, right? Which will take 6 years to like full flush. But like, really, you should not vote for an incumbent. And listen, my Republican homies could be like, but Dustin, if we don't vote for the Republican, like then the Democrats will have power, and we don't want Hakeem Jeffries. Yeah, but you know what? Speaker Micro Johnson isn't all that right. Like we're going to get the same spending, we're going to get the same corruption. You just get a different public faith flavor as far as like what kind of lies they tell you when they have their media appearances. So I hope Elon's serious because like Elon's got the largest platform and he's got the dough to actually like implement an agenda where we'd go after every single incumbent. And I would be so game for that. So game. So I mean, I think framing this as Trump versus Elon is ridiculous, by the way. I think that the problem for Trump, and when I asked Matt Gaetz about Micro Johnson, right? He said, like, yeah, you know what? I feel betrayed because he promised to go back to normal spending, like the 12 normal spending bills, and didn't. He supported funding for Ukraine, like in the first day, even though he voted against it every time beforehand. And I feel betrayed by him. What we have to do, right, is go after all of them. And the betrayals are long. It's a long list of all the ways they did it. And I think Trump realizes that the only thing he can do is limited by what we can get as far as what's in Congress. And that the best thing for Trump to do is to keep the economy chugging along to the best of his ability while they make these other reforms and do these other things. But unfortunately, I feel like the corrupt ass shit we're getting from like, listen, let's fight. We could talk about some of the AI stuff that's in the bill too that I think is absolutely atrocious. Like I'm pissed at David Sachs. Like, ooh, AI doomers. Like, listen, you Silicon Valley scumbag looking down your nose at all of us in what you call flyover country. AI is about to have a devastating impact on all kinds of people's lives, calling us doomers for asking questions about, oh, I don't know, like what happens to our constitutional rights when you lay out like the whole freaking agenda. Like, how dare you fucking talk to us like that? And so, right, I think Trump's limited on what he can do. I think he has to support the bill because I think he's realized that that's probably the best he's going to get. And like, I think his focus is on other things. But man, and I haven't even begun to like blow my like. I'll save it for others, but like I want to vent on Ukraine, Russia too, because that's another just absolutely atrocious thing that's happening. And right, like I don't understand why all the bad things are escalating simultaneously, bro. I just don't get it.
So, Dust, let me ask you a couple questions real fast, and I know that you and Elon, being the brothers that y'all are, you'll answer this honestly and bluntly, right? So, so there's multiple questions. The first question is this: why is look? This is not just someone who's the speaker, Speaker Michael Johnson. This is not someone who's just a speaker. This is someone that Trump has in there, supports fully, and not only supports politically, he shows up at UFC events with him. That's the inner freaking circle. So maybe can you enlighten us a little bit why it is that Speaker Michael Johnson is in this circle so tight? How did that happen? That's question number one. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, he's third in line, but I will say this: he does never seem like he's like that the nerdy guy that you have to bring along with you, but nobody likes, right? Like, or I guess for the girls, it's like the you know fat girl who makes everybody like right, like makes everybody uncomfortable, but like you kind of have to bring her along because she's sisters with like one of the leaders. You know what I'm saying?
I do. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see that analogy coming, but yeah,
I do get the sense like, listen, he's third in line from the presidency. He's the Speaker of the House. You have to play politics to some degree, but for me, this is like if there's an area that I've got beef with Trump, it's always been his endorsements and some of like his picks. Like I think that whoever runs that part of the Trump machine leans pretty heavily establishment in ways I've never liked. And you know what? Like, again, Lindsey Graham is another great example. Like, how are you supporting Lindsey freaking Graham for his 800th reelection or whatever? Why?
Okay. All right, that's not a bad answer. It's not to be honest with you, it's not a very good answer. But it's not a bad answer, right? See, because I don't know why he has to invite him to UFC. Like that sends a signal to me that there is a tightness there. There's a relationship that it goes deeper than even politics, and I'm wondering what that relationship is and how it formed, right? How it became what it is because it's legit. Now, it looked like to me that Elon and Trump, and the reason why the space is titled Trump versus Elon is because it looked like Trump and Elon had a pretty good relationship. Now, we all know what Elon said about the bill. And by the way, if you go up into the nest up there, the Jumbotron, I put a little thing up there that has kind of listed on both sides what one side would say and what the other side would say.
So Mike, you're saying I got to be either Trump or Elon. That's right. Because that's what Shane told me. Before I came in here, Shane's like, you got to be either Trump or Elon to come up in the space. So I'm trying to come prepared with which I've done the most for. All right, so let's go.
Shane's a little deceptive in that area. He's trying to stir it up, and I respect that because I literally said Shane stir it up, and so that's what he did. So I appreciate Shane doing that. But if you look up in the Jumbotron there, you'll see the two columns there. And while people are talking or you're requesting to get up, just take a look at that and see what your thoughts are on those two columns and see. And if there's anything wrong, please definitely call it out. So I do wonder about that. But here's the thing: Elon was again. Obviously, Elon came out and made his comments about the bill, and people all gave their comments on that. But 3 hours ago, a little less than 3 hours ago, Elon doubled down, and on the post that he had on X, it says, "Quote: Call your senator, call your congressman. Bankrupting America is not, in all caps, okay. Kill the bill." Right? That's like, bro. I mean, let me just ask you, honest question, yes or no? Is there a divide here between Elon and Trump?
Look up top, bro. The second one, like before the one that Dustin put in, I put a poll on the 22nd of May. Are you happy with the big, beautiful bill? You can go check it out right there. And then you can click, because I quote reposted the one I actually did recently, which got some traction. And it's like complete opposites just because Elon came out there and said what he said. So it's like, it's flipped. Like, you know what I'm saying? Just flipped like that. It's crazy. Well, sheep, bro, sheep.
Well, hold on a sec, because I do want to talk about these polls, because I did one too, and I saw the one that you did that's up there. But I want to get what's your feedback on that double down tweet?
Elon's right. Listen. I get Trump is the executive. He is dealing with foreign wars, right? Like he's dealing with all kinds of craziness, right? I get that. This bill is garbage, right? And when like every other bill that we've ever had come up that's a spending bill, because it's written in some freaking weird legalese, legislative ease nonsense language. The more we learn about it, the worse it's going to be. It's always that every single freaking time we learn about all of the pork spending, all of the funding for all kinds of bullshit that doesn't make any sense, and them banning the ability for states to adopt their own AI regulations for 10 years because otherwise it'll be driven by doomerism in the states, Herpeder. Like, fuck you, elitist, arrogant snobs. And I think Elon's 100% in the right to fight back against it, but I don't think that necessarily pits him against Trump, which is why I think Elon needs to frame his attack on Speaker Mike Johnson and his failure to live up to the mission that President Trump has given him.
So, talking about the polls earlier, Coyote had a poll, I had a poll, and it was overwhelmingly that people supported Elon in this situation, and not because, and I don't think it's like look, if you told me right now I've got to side with one of them in the overall scheme of things, I've got to have one guy on my side fight, I'm going Trump. That's me. Like that's it. But in this particular situation, a lot of us can really see what the hell Elon's talking about, right? This is ridiculous. Remember, guys, we talked about this months ago in this space, literally. We were excited, the dream team, the Avengers, right? This was going to be, if this was our opportunity, if it didn't happen now with the one dude that can't be bought, the one dude who can't sell out, the one we're going to get Epstein, we're going to get freaking JFK, we're going to get everything, right? We're going to freaking cut, we're going to go, Doge is going to rip the shit out of the freaking government. We're going to absolutely just shred this thing. This is good times coming, and we got to do it right now, baby. We got to do it right now, because in the 2-year thing, Republicans are going to show up. We're going to lose the freaking primaries. These are facts. They've been written into stone for freaking decades. Nobody thinks we're going to win the primaries. Nobody does. We're going to lose it. Even if we told everybody to go out, we're going to lose the primaries. I get it, right? And here we are in the exact same position that we are in every goddamn time. The spineless Republican, the freaking Democrat, they don't even have a message. They're spending tens of millions of dollars trying to figure out, how to relate to a boy. They got nothing. And we're still going to get our ass kicked by them. We're still going to what happens next in this bill? And then I'm going to go, and then I want to go to Jen real quick, and then Doc. I mean, what comes next? What happens is, do we make cuts out of the bill?
Having done this for better part of 12 years, I'll tell you right now what we should expect. We should pick out 3 or 4 of the worst things in the bill that they can give to us, right? That they can take out so that we get a win, and the overwhelm, the bill's going to get through, because right, like otherwise the government's going to get shut down, and oh my God, cry baby boy, where, right? So like we're going to lose, and what we should be looking for are some strategic wins of the bill. I regulation, like trying to limit the states from passing AI regulation for 10 years. Do you imagine how far AI is going to be 10 years from now? That the idea that like, oh, we'll just take it away from you guys is ridiculous. That's one of the things I'd like. One of the concessions I think we should try to win. Right. And I hope Elon realizes this too as well. You have to be tactical. You have to find what concessions you want. Then you have to negotiate them out. That's like how once it gets to this point, I think that's the best we can hope for.
Okay.
All right, man.
Yeah, I mean,
Look, there's a jumbo of you and Destiny.
Go ahead.
Somebody put up in the top. I don't know who did this shit, but I was just making you aware.
They did what?
They put a poll of you and Destiny.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't had a chance to go up their desk and take a look at it.
Can I just suggest an alternative sort of future for this?
All right, well, Jen, I'm sorry. Let me get Jen. Sorry, Jen. I totally forgot you were there because you're a woman. That's not appropriate. Say that out loud. Jen, go ahead, speak.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. So Marjorie Taylor Greene really made herself look like a freaking idiot, honestly. So she came out today on Fox News and was like, "Oh, I guess I didn't read that part of the bill. I didn't know there was the AI 10 years thing. We get the bill right before we vote on it. And I guess I just skipped over that page. What is this chick doing? Other than grandstanding and front running and letting us know that she didn't actually read the bill and then coming out and trying to save her ass because the whole, you can't regulate AI thing is actually kind of a big deal. And how did you miss that? Right. And I thought it was just really disgusting on her part. And it's not the first time she's done this. And honestly, I'm just getting sick of it.
The AI thing is actually it's actually pretty significant, right? I mean, you've got some companies that are going to be running the whole thing, and we can't even make changes or ask questions, and it can't go like that. Is really going to be interesting to see how that plays out. I didn't hear her comments.
Yeah, she did like a Fox News interview, and she literally admitted, like maybe she has a town hall thing. I don't know, but she's like, "Oh well, I didn't see that. I didn't read it. Oh, we didn't have time to read it." Da 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 da. And it's like, so if you skip something like that big, what else have you missed? And and you're constantly coming out and trying to CYA here, but like you should have caught that.
Well, I thought one of the big things that we were supposed to be doing is not having any more big, beautiful bills. Like I thought that was like part of our new platform, right? What happened with that?
That's part of the whole conservative thing, and people forgot about that. We want one fucking thing at a time, Matt. Like it frustrates me. Like we forget about it so quick. Well, we want that's one of our biggest things. We want to simplify it, and everybody forgets, and they allow these 1,900 whatever the hell page papers, bro. It drives me crazy.
I thought we were going to do that, and I guess it's a little bit ironic that Marjorie Taylor Greene's the one who said she didn't read the big beautiful bill, and she was one of the people that were kind of, if I'm not mistaken, she was one of the people behind. We need to have her and Matt were kind of behind the whole. We need to break these things up into individual pieces. But Doc, jump in there. What are your thoughts? And I'm going to go back and check with Destiny and then give our network access group a co-host a proper welcome to the stage. Go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I understand what Dustin is saying. Get what you can because this thing is fait accompli. I don't agree. I think we go to the senators like Rand Paul and others who are inclined to oppose the bill for a lot of the same reasons we're talking about here, and we get them to defeat it in the Senate. We're going to have the Democrats, all 47 of them that would support that. We can kill this bill and start over again, and we'll have more immediacy that'll be attended to it because it needs to fund the government at some point. So I don't think that that's going to happen, but I think it is a choice and something that procedurally and constitutionally would be an alternative path that we could take in terms of our support here and now. In terms of Trump versus Elon, I don't think that's a bad sort of title. In any case, it's attracted my attention. I'm not just upset with Trump over the fact that he's broken what I consider to be campaign promises about bringing up bills in regular order, cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. And he brought Elon in and made a lot of noise and good noise, consistent with his campaign promises, consistent with his very, very effective management of the economy, trade, tariffs. I support all of that, but I couldn't be more angry about the fact that with Kennedy in charge, we are still promoting the use of not only mRNA in the COVID, but more additional mRNA products have been approved or seemingly will be approved by this administration's, health department, quote unquote. Talk about CDC and NIH and Bobby's agency as well. People are literally dying over this, and the only excuse is, well, pharma pays us a lot of money, and I think it's a complete betrayal of the promises that I felt were made by Maha. I think Maha now at this point is a psyop to get middle of the road political road, some Democrats to support Trump, and I couldn't be more disgusted with what Kennedy's doing and what Kennedy's pushing out, and the mealy mouth sort of response he's had to remove the COVID vaccines from the market. Yes, he's no longer recommending through the CDC's website that 6-month-olds get them, but they're still permitted to be sold. There's still no black box warning on them. And more people are going to continue to think that the shots that they got, the legal system will continue to believe that the shots that they got for anyone who was vaccine injured or killed by the mRNA preparation, it's going to be much tougher time for those to get who have been injured or had loved ones died to get any sort of compensation, retribution, acknowledgement. And it's just going to continue. The mRNA products are infusing our food. They're infusing the cattle, salmon industries. It's horrible. And Trump is sitting there on his ass, letting this stuff happen, both economically, both with AI, which I don't necessarily object to the AI part of this conversation. I mean, if 3 AIs are bad, then 53 are worse. And I don't like the notion that the states can compete and cannot, are prohibited by this bill from generating their own AI. I have an issue with that part of it. But anyway, yeah, I'm Team Elon. I hope he and his Kennedy's former vice presidential partner, Michelle Shanahan, keep their promises and primary these motherfuckers, provide the money, provide a support for people like us, encourage viable, trustworthy, and honest conservatives to run against the rhinos and the Democrats. And maybe that's the best thing that could happen, that Elon got disillusioned and he's got enough money and interest to sort of push and support the narrative here that, among others, American Mission and Mike Destiny and I have been pushing for years and years. Thanks for the mic.
So, Jen, before I go to you, I just want to read a couple of these, this part of the big, beautiful bill that relates to the AI. So, one, there's a 10-year ban on state-level AI regulations. Basically translated, California, Texas, New York, they're all gagged for a decade. States cannot pass any new laws regulating AI development or deployment, which means that it centralizes power in DC, stripping the state's ability to react to any kind of. Now, think about this. You're not going to be able to react to local crises or emergency like tech threats if you can't have any kind of impact on it. So that's something to think about. Also, massive loopholes for federal AI surveillance. It gives federal agencies access to AI systems for national security. And I think a lot of people, the first thing we're thinking of is 2001. Here comes the freaking Patriot Act Part 2. It gives them control for federal surveillance, right? Another one, corporate immunity from AI harms. Companies that are developing AI that goes rogue, which, God, this is like a movie, or makes false arrests, watch that now, causes accidents or manipulates markets, they cannot be sued easily. Now, all of a sudden, it sounds like we're talking about what group of people? Oh, that's right. The freaking pharmaceutical industry. Wow. That's weird how that works out like that. There's no ethics oversight. The bill eliminates existing advisory boards and delays new ones until 2030. No ethics review panels. In other words, shut up and let the bots run the show. Backdoor to military AI expansion. The Pentagon gets expanded AI R&D, research and development budget with zero civilian oversight for defense-grade neural intelligence. Zero civilian oversight for defense-grade neural intelligence. Basically, that you got autonomous weapons that could be testing or behavioral profile tools that are being used here. Wow. Pretty interesting. A couple more. Kills competition with regulatory capture. It locks in existing players, Amazon, Google, OpenAI, basically by requiring that 10-year regulatory compliance stuff. Another one, it weakens consumer protections. AI-generated media does not need to be labeled. Deepfakes, synthetic voices, political quotes, don't worry about it, right? Unless it's not intentionally fraudulent. As long as they didn't mean to do it. Yeah. And then the last one, the AI portion of the big, beautiful bill basically is a corporate gold mine. And I know Destiny's, and I'm coming to you next. I'll let y'all fight for it. It's a corporate gold mine and a civil liberties minefield. Basically, it silences states, it protects corporations, it empowers surveillance, and lets Washington experiment on the American public with, watch this now, no feedback loop. You want innovation, baby? You just got it. Skynet with the smiley face and a government badge right there, right in front of our freaking face. And I'm a big AI proponent, but not letting me be a proponent vocally and being involved, that's not really what I'm looking for. So got to go co-host privileges, Jen, even though you're the fourth co-host. Go ahead, Des.
No, go ahead and let Jennifer go first, and I'll jump in right after Jennifer.
Thank God she'd have killed me if I didn't go to her. Go ahead, Jen.
Stop, Destiny. Thank you. No, it's real quick. I just want to add one more thing. So one of the arguments that I kept hearing in spaces over the last couple of days is like, oh, well, the Doge cuts couldn't be in the big, beautiful bill. There is a tweet from Anna Paulina Luna yesterday at 2:14 p.m. that says, back in session, the Rules Committee and the House leadership has decided not to bring anything to the floor to codify Trump's EOs or Doge. No codifying votes. Guess what? No votes. Half of the reason the GOP even took the majority is because of Trump and Elon, and now you guys are too scared to codify. So it's not just the big, beautiful bill that we're dealing with here. So if the Rules Committee does not make like a rule and say, yo, we're bringing this up, whatever, here it goes, you don't get to vote on it. It does not get brought up. So they literally decided yesterday that they are not going to bring any of the EOs, which are executive orders, or the Doge cuts to the floor this session of Congress.
Am I seeing a thread run through this bill, J6, pharmaceutical company? Like, am I seeing this like weird thread that's like tied? Like,
what have I been telling you? Oh my goodness.
Whatever, Des. I was listening. I mean, I didn't see all the threads, but whatever. Look, go ahead, Des. Explain it to us in a way that we can understand, because it's not looking real positive.
No, it's looking like, and not to be like an asshole in here, but to be honest, I was saying something about this for so long, but I understand election season got a lot of people wrapped up, and everything was just super divided, and nobody wanted to look at common ground, which is what is affecting all of us right now. And the control grid that they're putting together will affect left and right, red and blue, doesn't matter. It's everybody. And that was like my whole problem with it from the beginning, is that like I saw when he put Michael Kratsios in. Michael Kratsios is a cancer. Okay, I'm just going to say it. He's a cancer in our politics. He brought in the 5G, everything. This whole AI effort, I bet if I found out who was behind it, it would, somebody like Michael Kratsios, who's the former chief of staff of Peter Thiel, right? So he's trash.
And Peter Thiel is associated with?
Palantir.
And Palantir is going to be doing what?
All the data.
There we go.
All of our data. And this is a company that got its founding start from the CIA's InQtel, right? They're funded and utilized, not just funded, but also utilized heavily by the intelligence community. You don't want the people who already have back access with the CIA in our data. It's just not going to work out good. I just know that that's not going to be good. And the big, beautiful bill, I think so many people need to apologize to Massey. Because this is just essentially what he's warning us about, is that when you get it so full of pork, it's almost impossible to get out of it. And then like Dustin was saying, like maybe we can make a couple trade-offs and make it not so bad. That's what we get stuck with. And that's what he was trying to avoid, was like, you don't want to get to that point where you're getting, barely anything to get by, and everything else is just going to ruin your life. That's the reason of breaking up the bills and making it so that we know that they're going to read it, which most of them freaking don't. Even with AI, most of them aren't reading it. They don't even make their pages read it. they just kind of wing it, and they like the title of it, and it's a cute title.
The irony is that they could have AI read it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they just won't they won't do it. And
they won't even do that. I bet they won't do that. You know, it's unfortunate, but they're not paid by how many bills they read. That should be a good freaking thing. They should get freaking tested on their bills like you do for a freaking book report at school, so that at least we know they're reading them before they decide to sign on them. I think that should be a law if I could make one. But it's infuriating to know that this is the state that we're in. But yeah, that's all I got right now. I feel bad for Massey because he must be looking at everybody like, I told you so. Like, and I know he did. So it's a sad day though when we're stuck like this. Yeah. Go ahead, Coyote.
No, I was saying he knows we see him. He knows people see him. It's growing. Every time they push against Massey, the stronger he grows because his fucking constitution, I mean, his score, his constitution. That tripped me on that last poll he did because he put principle, and they tried to they tried to dissect it so much. But you can see who the this shit's crazy though because it's growing. This anti-Massey or anti-Trump, if you don't have this, if you think this way about this one thing that makes you this one way, this shit's got to stop. And I hope that we all recognize that a lot of that's going on, man. And it's getting old. It's like when we're going to start pointing it out, when it happens, if that makes any sense, Destiny.
It makes plenty of sense. And I wanted to say that I was in a space last night, but I was so tired I fell asleep in it. But and I'm sure a lot of you were in there. I don't even remember if it was your space. I don't know whose space it was, but I was about to fall asleep, and there was a certain particular influencer in there that we all know, and said something that is completely wrong. And I was going to correct it, but I fell asleep while my hand was up, and I never got the chance to say it. Palantir Technologies and Palantir are one and the same, and anyone who tells you otherwise is subverting and obviously lying to you. It's as simple as a Google search to find that out. Stupid betas should stick to stupid beta shit. So I'm just gonna say that. It's the same company. Okay, the Palantir software platform and technologies is one and the same. They are not different.
Now, so real quick for the people out there, and Dustin, coming to you, Palantir. Now, watch this. Now, Palantir is a public company, right? So legally, they can be audited, right? They're on the New York Stock Exchange. They publish 10Ks, 10Qs, investor reports, just like everybody else does. But 50% of their revenue comes from defense, intelligence, and classified government documents: CIA, NSA, DOD, DHS. I tried to say those fast as I could so it didn't sound like I was breaking them up and because they're listening. And those contracts are not subject to public disclosure. Even Congress, a lot of times, they can't even see what's going on with those things. So when you have things about you, right, red flags, where it sounds like people make these kind of comments like there's ties to the deep state. They've got no public scrutiny. They've got private control of public intelligence. No one knows what Gotham does. Gotham is their flagship product. It's used by ICE, local police, DHS, all that stuff, military. But nobody, if I'm not mistaken, Des, nobody outside of Gotham knows what the hell Gotham is. So
not unless you're in that realm. Not unless you're in that realm.
Yeah.
If you're in intelligence, plenty of people I know in intelligence who don't work for Palantir, they know what it is because they work intelligence and they know that the system is heavily encrypted and it's one of the best. It's up there with other firms that we could find throughout the other countries. But it is one of those softwares, and they have other ones that they utilize in the war over in Gaza that is just horrifying if you look into it. One of the systems that they use is a targeting system called Daddy's Home, which is horrific to think because they use it for bombing people.
Of course, I would call something like that Daddy's Home.
What a horrible name! Horrible name. But Peter Thiel is a horrible person. So
I believe Diddy had a strategy that was very similar to that as well. But
his was Daddy's Here.
Daddy's Here. That's right. Daddy's
here, not home. It's trademarked.
That's how you keep them.
Your daddy, but
he said that's how you keep them. In that little audio to Will Smith. Yeah, that's how you keep
Mike, them. Can I ask you a question, Mike? Isn't it a good idea at some level, and where do you cut it off? Isn't it a good idea that our military keeps some secrets from the American people?
Absolutely.
We don't want the Chinese or the Iranians or whoever it is you imagine is your enemy today to understand what it is that we're doing to develop capabilities, quote unquote, that protect the American people. How far do we let that particular excuse go?
I have an answer for that, but I'm going to come back and you finish. Go ahead, Mike, because I have an answer, but go ahead.
Okay, so one thing I was thinking about is I don't understand why we don't have, and I know you could call them congressmen or representatives or whatever you want to do, but I don't understand why a state doesn't have a random, like, I don't know, it could be like a 10, 15 person group, right? And they literally have to come from certain sections, kind of like it was meant to be at the beginning. Farmers, teachers, things like this. Divide them up, Republicans, Democrats, independents, whatever it is. Where these people they signed, obviously they're just locked up as far as what they can and can't say, but they have some kind of oversight. Kind of like the, what's it called? What's it called when you see the private the shift? What's it called? The skiff. The skiff.
It's a skiff.
Yeah, where you see private documents, where you can go in there, you look at it, and then all the information basically stays in there. I don't understand why we don't have local level, right, fact-based ways to be able to see truth, and through people who can come back to us and say, listen, not like Dan when he sat on Fox News the other day, sweating and freaking pale as a freaking albino. I'm talking about people who come out and say, I saw it. It is true. I saw it. There is and it's a group of people that don't necessarily agree with each other, that they can, almost like a jury, Anyway, it's just a thought. I've been kind of trying to workshop that in my head about if there was some way to form something like that. But real quick, before I go to you, I want to give our co-host, Network Access Group, check in with Leon. Say, how you doing, brother? How are things? What are your thoughts?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm excited to talk about the big, beautiful bullshit. Bill. There's so many different ways to look at this. We can talk about personal relationships here. We can talk about business. There is something bad every way we look, but there is also some good things. So I think the most important thing about tonight is that everybody who has an opinion, whichever side it is, whatever they think, I think share it. There is no absolute right. There is no absolute wrong in this case, especially. And I'm just looking forward to hearing all the thoughts. I hope we're not all just training on each other's opinions and holding each other to that. Let's talk as much as we can and figure out how we can actually fix this, not just talk about how garbage the situation is.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a great point, brother. I appreciate you being up here, Leon. I appreciate everything that your group's doing. And as we move forward, I think a lot of you are going to figure out some things that are going to be pretty impressive. And you're going to look back to these spaces and say, wait a second, they were kind of talking about that back then, weren't they? So, but that's to come. But it's a great point you bring up, in the fact that, and we're not throwing, make no mistake about it. I know a lot of people are probably pissed, and I'm going to get some DMs about this. We're not throwing Trump underneath the bus here. That's not what's happening. Right now, what we're doing is we're being the ethical people that are looking at it from a critical lens to see what is going on here and what are some things that maybe we don't like in the person that a lot of us absolutely adore, right? And absolutely support, like his style, like the way that he's doing it, like that Middle East tour that he did was one of the greatest of all time, right? So we're not throwing Trump underneath the bus, but we're also not letting him walk through like we just watched 4 years of another party doing it. We're never going to be them, and we're not going to do what they're doing. So we are going to get to some of the things in here that are good, and that's when Destiny and some of the people, and I see Margot down there, and they might sweat a little bit because I know they're kind of pro, and Doc too, a little pro Elon people might have to, listen up to a couple things. We'll see what happens. But go ahead, Des, and then Dustin, come to you next, brother. I'm at Destiny.
Yeah, to answer Doc's question about where is the line in terms of national security, my favorite American of all time, outside of being my mother, John F. Kennedy, addressed this in 1961, and I'm just going to play what he said because I think it's perfect.
This deadly challenge imposes upon our society two requirements of direct concern, both to the press and to the president. Two requirements that may seem almost contradictory in tone, but which must be reconciled and fulfilled if we are to meet this national peril. I refer first to the need for far greater public information, and second, to the need for far greater official secrecy. The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. And no official of my whether his rank is high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, cover up our mistakes, or to withhold from the press and the public the facts they deserve to know. But I do ask every publisher, every editor, to recognize the nature of this peril. In time of war, the government and the press joined in an effort based largely on self-discipline to prevent unauthorized disclosures to the enemy.
Okay, that's my president.
And so, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on that? That 30-minute speech.
The whole point of that, it wasn't 30 minutes. First off, it's 19 minutes long, and
I'm just trying to demean your president. That's all. I'm just trying to take a shot at him. It's okay. Relax. He's dead.
At a picture of him. You couldn't do it.
I know you are. He's so that pillow doesn't count. Go ahead.
He was really cute, Mike.
So cute.
He was so cute. I mean, so cute.
There it is.
His hair is adorable. No, he's so cute. But really, the reality is he did that entire speech. And by the way, if anyone wants to look it up, it's April 27th, 1961 Newspaper Association speech, right? The Publishers Association speech. If you want to listen to anything about crossing the line between what is national security and what the public deserves to know, he goes into length about it. And his plea, right, in this particular speech is in the news. But he makes it very apparent that what we need to know, we must know. And that goes as far as it can until it breaches literally that level of national security. Otherwise, we should know, period. And that's it's one of the things, Eisenhower warned of the same thing, is that the military industrial complex will eat us up if we give it the chance. And so I think that when it comes to national security, yes, there is a national security concern, but why does that have to be the allowance for ruining our sovereign privacy and our rights? Like, that to me is like a last resort. It should be held as a last resort when you breach that, because we're guaranteed that in our Constitution. And so if you're going to breach it, it better be a matter of serious national security, to which I don't see enough evidence. They need to provide to believe them, because they've lied.
You need to go back inside. You're rubber banding.
Yeah, you're rugging hard.
Shoot.
Go ahead, Des. Jump in there. But yeah, I agree. I agree with what you're saying. But I don't know if it's to the point where we can prevent it anymore. I think we're already there. Go ahead, Des. Oh, did Dustin have his hand up? He did have his hand up, and now his hand's not up. Or is he speaking and I can?
He's kind of shy sometimes.
I see his mic is open, but he didn't say anything, so he might have to cycle back. By the way, everybody, if you did do an update, do your update today. There is an X update, so it's easier. It won't glitch as much if you do it.
That's correct. Do the update, and by the way, down at the bottom right hand corner, don't forget, guys, we only have. Let me see. Let me just check real fast. Let me see how many people I've got to boot out of this space. 57 retweets, and there's 34,000 people in this space right now. We've had 57 retweets. That's ridiculous. Okay, this is not the punch bowl. Okay, we expect.
I reposted and quoted and even commented.
Thank you very much.
Hey, is this showing Shane's in here or no, Mike?
Do what?
Dustin's down there.
Is this showing Shane's in here or no? Am I glitching?
I see Shane is in here. Does Shane have his hand up? I didn't see it.
Please no, I didn't know if he was in here or not.
I hear
Okay,
you.
let me go to Dust real fast, and then I'll check in with Shane because I did see his hand up earlier, but now I see him again. So go ahead, Dust.
I had steam coming out of my ears before. Now I'm like full blown, like
Let's
red
go.
hot, belligerent.
Let's go.
Listen. So number one, right? If I ask every single person that considers themselves MAGA, whether or not they're going to take a microchip in their brain, whether they're going to allow a Big Brother surveillance state to control everything, they'd tell me no. But Trump and Palantir are doing it, so it's cool now. No, like no, and Mike, like God only if we had a system that allowed for local control, and that we had a whole government designed around not allowing the centralization of power in a single federal authority. You know, like the 10th Amendment, which states that all powers not expressed here within are like reserved for the people and the states respectively. And so, right, you want to know why why we don't have committees? Well, there's supposed to be state legislators and governors, right? But we're allowing them to pass bills that are like, oh, you know what? On AI, it's all good. And how long have I been telling people my fear with AI is not the Terminator scenario, right? It's not like, oh, the robots are coming to kill us all. It's that a group of technocrats would monopolize access to this powerful tool and deny the rest of us the opportunity to do anything with it. And what do we have? By the way, how much does Big Beautiful Bill have to sound like Build Back Better for us to be like, what the fuck? As far as the branding goes, like, oh, we'll just go with Triple B. What? Right? The AI, Palantir, the surveillance state, the liability shield that's included in this thing. These are literal constitutional rights stomping bullshit coming out of it. And I don't give a fuck who's behind it. Right? I'm not going to line up. I'm not so in love with Donald Trump that if he's like, oh, go lick the floor, I'm going to go lick the fucking floor. Cut that shit out. Right? Like none of us have to stand up for this bullshit. And I just we have the system. The system is supposed to operate that the states and the people have more power than the feds. Right? That's why our Constitution confines the power of the government, not the rights of the people. And we're allowing them to just move. And the dangers of this AI tech, as far as it goes with, let's just have a digital ID, Real ID Act. Let's just have a central bank digital currency where they can program our money. And let's just throw in for fun a social credit score, so when you speak out in ways they don't like, they can just obliterate your ability, right? They can isolate and marginalize you off from the other people you would usually speak with.
Well, Dustin, will you push for opposition in the Senate to passing the bill? I mean, are you still of a mind after hearing the space? Are you still of a mind to go ahead and try and get one or two goodies pulled off the tree or added to the tree and allow for the passage of the bill?
Listen, I 100% oppose the passing of this bill. The same way I have opposed the passing of every continuing resolution and omnibus spending bill for more than 10 years. Right? We got it writing from Speaker Mike Johnson in order to get the seat that he would go back to regular order spending, which is 12 individual bills. Right? It's not this just blob of a bill. So I think we have to do both. Of course, I oppose it wholesale. Of course I do. But I've been in these battles for the better part of it. And you know how many we've won? How many us good guys have won? 0. Right? 650 fights, and we are 0 we are the Glass Joe in Mike Tyson's Punch Out, on this issue. Because we don't control the money, right? Because the corruption, right? I even hear people making the argument now, like, well, if we cut the corruption off, it's going to be really bad for like, whereas the corruption stimulates the economy because those people spend money. So I think we have to do both because the AI portion of this bill is so dangerous, right? You want pharma like control state apparatus with liability shields and surveillance and censorship and all of the worst things that we have to make sure that part come like at a minimum we have to make sure that part like comes out. And Doc, I'm 100% opposed to the bill, but it's almost certainly going to get through, and I want to make sure that like we do our best to blunt the long-term effects. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be both.
Yeah, I just want to get your clarification after taking that first position. So I'm with you, and I'm against you, and I'm fucking pissed off. And it's not just this. I'm more pissed off about the mRNA stuff and Bobby Kennedy, but we can leave that for another space.
I'll add this, Doc. If there's one thing that I have hope for, it's been Nicole Shanahan's reaction to the failed promises that we have gotten from like on health matters and the failed promises to Elon Musk and his reaction, because we need that kind of bankroll to win, man. And I hate saying that, like, for real. Like I wish the system wasn't the way it was. I've done everything in my personal power to try to figure out how to like modify it. But without bankroll, we can't win. We need the Elons and Nicole Shanahans to have these moments where they're just like, this system is broke. This is one broke ass system that does not serve who they're supposed to serve anymore. So I think we need to keep on them and offer them. Like, again, I think that the biggest thing that Elon could do, I'm not joking with this, if Elon Musk uttered the words Speaker Micro Johnson, he would make such a joke of the speaker that I guarantee you a bunch of these other members of Congress would not want those hands, right? You have to humiliate the head of the snake, in this case, Micro Johnson. I get it.
So real quick, I just want to say this, and I want to check in with Shane, and then we're going to get to the rest of these hands just to see if he's still around. But I want to just, when we throw these numbers out, right, to the point where we don't have any concept of what it means, we just throw around, what are we, $36 trillion in debt? We throw that around, right? Now think about this, and I saw this on a post earlier. I thought it was amazing when you really think about it. If you go back 1,000,000 seconds in time, you're at May 23rd. If you go back 1 billion seconds, you've gone back to 1993. If you go back 1 trillion seconds, you're 30,000 years before Christ. Think about that. 1,000,000 seconds takes you back to last month. 1 billion seconds takes you back to 1993. 1 trillion seconds takes you 30,000 years before Christ walked the earth. Okay. And we're $36 trillion in debt in this country. That's it doesn't
Kind of a big
I don't
deal,
think it can
Mike.
have the impact because it doesn't make any freaking sense. Those numbers, they don't make any sense. They don't
It's a
even
huge
exist.
deal, Mike, and you got to elaborate on that because people should be freaking out when they hear those numbers instead of like, oh, that's just a trade. That's bad. Number one threat to our constitutional republic, right there. The deficit, bro. Like, this is a big deal.
Absolutely, and I see one of my friends down there, Dark Side, and Dark Side. I don't know if you're able to get a mic, but I'd like to have you up because I'd like to ask you a question in a second that deals with digital assets regarding some of this debt. I think that it might kind of open some people's minds up to some of these latest bills that have passed on the state levels as well. That this is serious. When this is not just freaking Dustin and me talking about XRP versus Bitcoin. Like, this is legitimate things that for your safety moving forward. These are things that we've got to look into as a country. I just want to check in with Shane real quick. Shane, did you are you still around, brother?
Yeah, I'm actually glad Dustin went first because I thought I was gonna come out with an unpopular opinion, but he kind of blazed the trail. Not to sound like the Debbie Downer. First off, let me just say I voted for Trump 3 times. If I could do it a fourth, I would. Not because he's the greatest president of all time, but because our options suck. But I need to point out the fact that in January, he was chumming it up with Bill Gates, Larry Ellison, Sam Altman. Literally, that trifecta could replace every nefarious think tank around the world with an AI system. Never mind the fact Curtis Yarvin, the godfather of the Dark Enlightenment movement, was a guest of honor at Trump's inauguration. He's also the guy that theorized what is coined as RAGE, retire all government employees, a 4-letter acronym that sounds a lot like Doge. Never mind all that. Trump is the same guy that's proud of the vaccine, if you can call it that. He's never apologized for it, never distanced himself from it. So why would we be surprised he would be behind this bill? This bill is like the COVID Vax 2.0 as far as I'm concerned. And it's him taking, the side of something that isn't necessarily, in my opinion, good for America. And if he's not distanced himself from the COVID vaccine, why would we be surprised at that? I don't get it. Anyways, yeah, I'm frustrated with the whole thing. And it just seems like one more opportunity he could follow through on promises that he's not following through on.
Des, this is, and look, this, and we talked about this a little bit just a touch earlier. And if this is not our opportunity to literally do complete, like, different structuring of the government, the way that it's run, right? You saw how pissed people were when Doge was in there doing these things, which, when you think about it, it's kind of odd that nobody's been arrested for that either. Like, you would think that somebody, if I don't know, I don't want to say any former president's daughter had some kind of big lavish freaking wedding party and all this kind of stuff. I don't understand how that kind of money can be spent on those kind of items and nothing happens. Nothing happens. Again, it's not Epstein. It's not Kennedy. It's not anything. Nobody is held accountable for anything. These are corrupt monsters that are doing it right in front of our face. And it's like we're reaching down to our side and we've got no pistol, right? That's a metaphor. That's a metaphor. I don't get it. So this is the one time that we had a position to be able to restructure the physical way that this machine works. And it looks like but we're doubling down on it. I don't even understand. Like, I don't understand where's Trump been? Like, where's he been the last couple of days, by the way? I don't understand. Like, why is he not out in he's out in public talking about everything. Why is he not out talking about this? Go ahead, Des.
Well, Mike, and there's something major happening that, like, no one's talking about. The fact that
World War III?
Ukraine, yeah, like the fact that Ukraine went under Trump's nose behind his back and bombed Russian nuclear sites, which they knew were going to trigger something, right? The fact that, like, you have the same people. Mike Pompeo is out there with his
what the hell is he doing over there
in Ukraine? You have Lindsey Graham and freaking Blumenthal show up in Ukraine, and within 48 hours, they are bombing Russia. Right? Like, there is a huge problem going on right now. And we watched this in 2016 to 2020, guys. And we didn't know we had to say something. We know now if we don't say something, shit goes sideways. And no one is doing Trump any favors by kissing his ass right now.
Why am I not hearing the detail? What the hell if I'm not mistaken, didn't Pompeo have his security clearance revoked?
Apparently not. He was welcome like a freaking dignitary. Oh, sir, how was your flight? Please come
I thought for sure Pompeo
No,
had that removed.
They were revoked. He sits on the board of a couple companies there. And that's why he was there nominally, was because he had these corporate interests in Ukraine. But we all know that he
I have some oceanfront property for you in Iowa, if you believe that.
No, I've seen the post. I confirm that he is on the board of directors on a couple of companies. I don't remember the names of them. And he doesn't need to be a representative of the government or someone with security clearance for Zelensky to receive him. But we don't know why he's receiving them.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah.
Like within 48 hours, they're doing an unprecedented attack on a major power. Like,
well,
what?
yeah, but we had two senators.
The timing is a little suspicious.
Yeah, but we had 2 senators there as well. You know, it's
they were
Pompeo
all there at
wasn't
the
there
same
directing.
time. You don't think they were part of the same delegation?
I'm not saying they weren't. I'm addressing the point, Jennifer, that you raised. Why was he there? And could a security clearance revocation have been the basis to keep him out of the country? None of that's true. He's a citizen. He can go talk to.
No, I think that what Jennifer's saying, not why. Jennifer's saying, you're explaining, Doc, how he got there, why he got there, why he was there was because of the same reason that Lindsey Graham and those other people were there.
You can't keep him out of Ukraine by revoking his security clearance and the fact that he doesn't have an official position with the U.S. government.
I
still don't like to see him over
there. Just for the record, that was somebody else.
What evidence do we have that Zelensky and Ukraine did this without Trump's approval?
What evidence do we have that Trump approved it?
I mean, the White House came out.
We have evidence that they did it.
Trump said he didn't know about it. That means he'd be lying to the American people.
Wait. So, that's again, I'm not saying I knew one way or the other, Miss Lou. If Trump came out and said he did not know, because those drones, in order to go as far as they did, require satellite capabilities that Ukraine doesn't have. Right? So that's either US or UK/NATO technology that empowered that attack to happen, which is a big fucking problem. If I'm Vladimir Putin, right? Gloves are off, motherfucker.
Well, why would the drones But wait, why would the drones need continuous satellite coverage? Why wouldn't a drone only need the exact GPS location of the airfield that they bombed? I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just trying to break down what technologically needed to take place before Zelensky could attack the way he did, and does that mean that the U.S. was actively involved militarily?
Well, hold on. There's one more important aspect of this. Donald Trump came out today in a Truth Social post and pretty much green-lighted Russia to attack Ukraine, and that Russia is coming in on behalf of Iran and United States to come be peacemaker in the talks now. And that's why the deep state is freaking out, is because they never thought. Putin and Trump were on the phone today for, I believe, an hour and 30 or an hour and 50 minutes, where he green-lighted them to, he's like, listen, you attacked. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I wouldn't say he green-lit it. I would say he understood that Putin was going to do this, and he was announcing the fact that he, in fact, was trying to talk him out of it. I guess that would be the purpose of an hour.
Well, he didn't green-light it, Doc. He said something very peculiar in his post. He said, they're going to have to, he told me they're going to have to respond. And Trump wrote that I get it. You got, it doesn't sound like that. It doesn't sound like from that response that Trump knew that was going on.
To Bigfoot into a proxy war any more than was done under Biden. Trump is.
That's why I think that Trump did not know that was going to happen. I do not think he knew that.
Exactly.
Yeah,
because he said they're going to have to do it, almost as if Trump is saying we would have to do the same thing. If they freaking Pearl Harbored us, basically, we'd probably have to do the same thing too.
Hey, if there was a reason to call out Trump,
then is he going to call us support for Lindsey Graham?
If there was a reason to call out Trump for lying about his original statement that he did not know, I would be maybe not the first one to say it, but the second or third one. I just don't see the support for it, honestly.
Yeah, but why isn't, like Dustin just said, where's Lindsey Graham? Is he in handcuffs? Was Blumenthal and them met with U.S. Marshals at the airport? What is happening here? You have a coup happening in this country right now.
Under what basis what statute could Trump arrest Lindsey Graham, a sitting senator, for going to visit a quote-unquote ally?
You're joking, right, Doc?
No, I'm asking you what the legal requirement would be to have probable cause to make an arrest. I'm being a lawyer.
The Logan Act.
Ukraine is not an ally.
They're not part of NATO.
No, but they're certainly an ally. They're not an enemy.
Oh, with allies like that, who needs enemies?
Well, I agree, but I'm trying to get beyond the emotion of the moment and talk about what the law allows Trump to do. Could he charge him with a Logan Act violation? Sure, but that's not isn't that a civil charge?
It was good enough for Michael Flynn. Good enough for Michael Flynn.
By the way,
Yeah, well, Michael Flynn's not in the administration, I think, for good reason.
So Doc, I'll agree with you. I don't know that there's enough evidence to immediately arrest based on just like the timing. But at a minimum, you could withdraw political support from Lindsey Graham, who's up for re-election.
Well,
who you
I agree with that,
publicly.
and have agreed with that forever. And I think Trump wrapped his arm around Lindsey, early in the campaign, because he couldn't leave any stone unturned. But the fact that he hasn't called out, or Rubio, for example, hasn't called out Graham, Pompeo, and whatever that other dickless senator was that went with Lindsey. Call them out.
They're making money.
Yeah, I mean, I would totally support Trump doing that, and I'm sorry that he's not. But to arrest Lindsey Graham when he comes back on the country, I just think that we don't have enough there.
At the least, can we question him whether he maybe gave Zelensky the idea, or I don't know.
Do you think Lindsey Graham would actually answer honestly? Do you think Lindsey Graham, even if he was under oath at Congress, you think that he would answer without lying?
No,
I do not.
If he's talking, he's lying, and almost every politician is. And I'm sorry, I think Trump. You got to classify Trump now as a politician, right? He's not interested in being truthful all the time. If he feels that a lie or a deception or a half truth will further his policies in the long run. I am still giving Trump allowance for that some of these things are going to get done in the long run, that there is a stepwise process that he's following. He's it's a click, click, boom sort of thing. This is what I'm hoping for. But again, I come back to the mRNA thing. I heard what Shane said about Trump supported the vaccine. He really didn't. I mean, he supported the notion that Operation Warp Speed was a benefit to a lot of people. When he got COVID and went to Walter Reed, he only had one shot. It came out thereafter and promoted all the alternatives, including ivermectin and others, the monoclonal antibodies, as alternative treatments. He hasn't gone far enough, but he is not down all the way with Fauci and crew.
Hey, Mike, I was going to reset the space if you want.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
All right, this is Say Something. Trump versus Elon, which has been actually a controversial title. Come to find out here. Whose side are you on? I mean, it is kind of fucking complex because we are starting to see that this big, beautiful bill, which I did put up in there of the 22nd of May, I did a poll, and then I did a poll yesterday of what people thought. It's like a complete flip because people shift. Anyway, go to the repost it if you've already reposted, undo repost again, and then Miss Destiny.
I'm just like, I was reading the comments and there's quite a few good ones. I know Sally had left a good one in here asking me to mention the XAI work and integration into healthcare. And that's something I did know about. This is why I keep repeating this name till everyone remembers it. Michael Kratsios. He's the current director for Office Science, Technology, and Policy. He's the former, under Trump's first administration, he was the chief technology officer, the CTO. He brought in the 5G mainframe for the United States. He brought in the quantum computing initiative to the United States. He also brought in the artificial intelligence mainframe into the United States. So he is also, former Clarion Capital, which is owned by Peter Thiel, former chief of staff for Peter Thiel for a decade, okay? He's backed by all his other friends that work at Palantir.
So he's a humanitarian, basically. He's a humanitarian.
He's wonderful. He's so nice. He's a good, worthless swamp creature. But the thing is that they do want, like you said at the beginning, I feel like it's kind of politics. I kind of feel like it's healthcare. I kind of feel like they're pulling all these sectors. You're right, Mike. They are. That's exactly what control grid means. And Sally's also very correct that they are going to surpass all, we're not in the WHO anymore, but they're essentially planning to surpass the need for that by essentially agreeing to the things that the HBO was already wanting to do that we don't want to do. We don't want to be on this universal system of vaccine passport. We don't want surveillance on that. We don't want e-digital health files. We don't want this genomic data being harvested and stored by the government. We don't want that. We don't want the One Health initiative. But these things are going to be integrated. And I know Elon Musk in an interview had personally said something about how important he thinks healthcare system will be when it comes to Grok AI and how they're going to help with that. And I think he's, doing a Bill Gates. You're getting out of your league. You're starting to mess with shit you don't know and you shouldn't be involved in. Personally, I'm sorry. You have enough on your plate, Elon Musk. You obviously can't handle that if you're high on ketamine all day. So maybe take a break. Maybe stop getting involved in everything. But he's on board. Palantir's on board. And it's not good when these people that have this ultimate backdoor access to all your data becomes all your genomic data, all your health data, your traveling data, everything by a system. Like Palantir was utilized to track down Osama bin Laden. I don't know if people would know that, but that was one of the first successful things they had. They used Palantir software to help track down Osama bin Laden. That's freaking crazy. You want that software running your genomic data and your personal data and your bank data? No. This is
Do you think Palantir could track where he is in the ocean right now? If he is,
I'm sure they know exactly where he is. I'm sure they put him
There's
there.
a little Palantir logo on the freaking body bag at the bottom of the freaking ocean.
Made by Palantir.
Mike, you don't like this Palantir shit either, do you? You ain't digging it. Like I could say what the mermaid.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Warp Speed. I forgot. Sorry, Coyote, but you said something that triggered it. And people were like, "Oh, well, how bad could it be if they're handling this system because they're such a good government contractor, right?" Blah blah blah. No, they handled Operation Warp Speed, where every vial from every manufacturer and every CDMO, all the components that make vaccines, because it's not all a one place thing. You have fill and finish, you have all these production facilities, and then it gets into actual distribution from the moment it was created through the packaging, fill, finish, all that, to it getting in arms. Palantir was in control of that data. 100% from front to end, double encrypted. Tiberius program, which is similar to Gotham program, very similar. It's just scaled down to just handle this personalized tracking data. And they know where every injection in this country went. And yet, when there were complaints, verified, filed complaints to the FDA and the CDC that there were hot lots out there, when they started noticing clusters of injuries and clusters of deaths, it was reported. They were alerted that this was happening, and they refused to hand over the data to solve the problem. So,
and also, Destiny, remember what happened with the VAERS system?
Yes.
All the numbers were wrong, everything done with that. But I just want to interject real quick, and I'll be quick, guys, because I got to go. Dustin, everything he was saying was absolutely correct. And you too, Destiny, you just nailed that with that. But I just want to say the AI aspect of this BB bill is nothing less than fascism. It is the complete partnership between all of government and all of corporate. It is fascist to the core. And let me tell you something, we've got to get that out of here. But it's very dangerous to kill the whole bill, because we've got to get the tax things and the good things about it done. So if we can pressure the Senate, get your representatives, get your senators, and say, look, we want this in and we want this out, or we're not for it. If we can at least begin to be editors, because if they kill the whole thing, they will go on with what they freaking want to do anyway. Because this isn't a bill, not at 1,200 pages. This is an omnibus, and they'll just kick it down the road and keep it going. We were told this week that they're working on rescissions, a separate rescission bill, which, by the way, doesn't even cut 5% of the Doge discoveries. Okay, not even 5%. So rescissions is another bullshit thing that we're being laid onto. So anyway, y'all are right, and I love the space. The smart people are in it. And Dustin, thank you.
Dustin's always the smartest cat in the room, right? Tinfoil and tokens. It's right. He just covers all the bases. You can't beat him.
Oh, and I thank Jen too, because Jen just nails it.
I meant Jen was the smartest person in the room. She's got tinfoil and tokens. I mean, you can't beat her. It's either they're interchangeable. Really, it doesn't. Where there's Dustin, there's Jen, and they're at the wall together. They're freaking holding statues up. They're making big bronze. They're freaking. They're all over. It's the same thing. It's Dustin and Jen. It's like freaking Batman and Robin.
Destiny, and that too. I appreciate you guys. I'm just an old lady observer. I'm just, a big mouth. I have no real cred.
Yeah, Miss Lou, we don't really buy that when you come up here and speak with more energy than everybody else on stage. Okay, so don't come in here spinning that. I'm just an old lady. Like, okay, if whatever your age is, if we had that,
I'm ready for a nap. Like, that's crazy.
I mean, bro, come on, don't pull that. We're not stupid.
Age is 72 this year.
Okay, well that's now we're literally pissed off.
Yeah, now that's just rubbing it in. That's just
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I miss Lou's lie. But I did find something, Margo. I don't know why Mike hates you because he didn't mention you. He mentioned everybody else around here. I don't know what Mike's hatred towards you is.
Toward Margo, I just to call Margo up. I invited her personally to the stage.
I thought y'all were cousins.
We are cousins. We're North Carolina cousins. We're not identical cousins like me and Savvy, but
that's what's up.
We're potential. We're potential cousins, North Carolina, and that means that if I'm cousin with Margo, guess who's cousin with Margo?
Wait, you two are
Savvy is.
Yes, we are.
I thought that was just something you guys said.
No, I've told you that.
No, Kevin, you can be cousins with us, bro.
We ain't the kissing kind, though.
Yeah, no. Not. I mean, well, in Texas, it's family reunion.
I was going to say Texas and North Carolina, they both are the South.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to a family reunion to pick up chicks,
I was going to say there's a Southern joke that I have to throw in there. I mean,
you need to keep your banjos at home, Kevin.
Keep my what?
Banjos.
Oh, banjo. Yeah,
we didn't even get it.
We don't have any of those north of DC.
I got it. Mike got it.
Hold on. Hey, Miss Lou, I'm going to drop you down and bring you right back up. I got to pull up
I got to go anyway. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, you guys.
Okay, Miss Lou, good seeing you. Thank you for being here so much.
Go now, since Coyote brought my name up, and you put the Punch Bowl's name in vain.
I know. I was thinking you'd respond to that, but you didn't. So I just thought
I wasn't even on the stage. You took a cheap shot at me, dude.
Did I do it in listener?
Got a carom shot.
Oh, we damn.
I mean, that is just low. But here we go. Listen, okay. I am not, believe it or not, I'm for less government, not more. I don't want any of this crap. I believe that AI is it's already out of the gate. Like, we're past the point of putting the genie in the bottle. If you really read what they're saying, look, we don't want the states to do this. We want to do it at the federal level, which they can't even pass a damn bill. So that's scary. And they're saying in there that, listen, we're going to run the IRS, any 3-letter agency. They're all going to run them through AI. Isn't that wonderful? Doesn't that feel wonderful? The bad part is they're probably already doing it. And all they're going to do is get more sophisticated at doing it. That's the part that's scary to me. The other part is, as Destiny mentioned, they're going to, one of the things that Elon's helped them do, I don't know if it was good or bad. I thought it was great. Now I don't, is marry the systems together. So now they're going to know, oh, look, there's Savvy. Oh, she went to the doctor on Monday and now she's making a payment through her bank at $600 or more on her Venmo. Oh, look at that drug that they gave her. She might have a long-term effect from that. We might want to put her on the list for checking to see if she's going to ask for disability in a year.
No doubt. You're spot on with that. There's no doubt about it. That is going to happen. That is absolutely true.
Right.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
And while she's driving, we're going to watch her electric vehicle because we can watch it.
That's correct.
And we're going to
They can't get me on that. I drive a 15-year-old beater.
Thank God, because your car doesn't have all that stuff in it to do all that. But here's the other part of that. Y'all may not read. And this is I find this interesting. They've now realized that there's a large enough population with EVs. They want to make a special tax just for EVs. And I'm not kidding. It's $250. It doesn't sound like much, but like that wasn't there last year. But now all of a sudden we got to have it. By the way, states are doing that, so they're taking that. Somebody in some state, probably North Carolina.
Carbon credits.
Yeah. Well, and
yeah, people don't know about that. That's train coming.
But I think people aren't realizing. Like, let me tell you a little story. Now they have trucks that ride in lanes that have mobile technology to drive them. So now they know when Savvy's medicine is coming to the store to get to her after the doctor puts in the prescription. I mean, if you guys can't put the dots together, let me just tell you, you will not be able to move around this country.
Oh, it's going to be lightning fast, Margo. I mean, now, granted, real quick, FEMA is not going to be able to get out to North Carolina when it floods lightning fast. That's just not going to happen. That's never going to happen.
We're going to get rid of FEMA because they can't do a good job. So why would we need them? We'll just go ahead and put it on your debit card.
Are there FEMA camps or is that a myth? Are there FEMA camps or is that a myth?
Pardon?
FEMA camps are not a myth. But the essential idea behind them is that the idea that when people see them, and there are some, there's one in Kentucky, by the way. I forget where it's at, but I've seen the one in Kentucky.
In Western Kentucky.
Was it Western Kentucky? They're more like centers that are to be prepared to become camps if need be very quickly. So they're not like set up like complete camps yet, but they are set up with all the supplies so that if they ever do the camp, it's all there. They have like
So it's like right
300,
there, ready to be a camp.
300 million
Destiny.
plastic caskets stacked in a row.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of scary.
Yeah,
Can I
it's
add
like
something
it's like
about this
literally.
AI that's bothering me really, really bad? Is that this federal AI bill that they're trying to push, it supersedes state law. Did y'all know that?
That's what I just said.
It gives a
Is
10-year
it?
block.
Okay.
They can't do anything.
That is asinine.
But I understand what they're trying to do in a way. Look, I don't like it. I'm not advocating for it. But think about this. If every state had like let's just say they had ELON, they had a genius, like, or most of the states, let's just say most of them don't in the middle. But let's say North New York does, and Texas does, and California does. Those three states are going to learn, will have a bigger advantage over every other state in a lot of different ways, including how to figure out how to manipulate the population in all the other states.
Yeah, you don't want California developing their own AI. I agree 1,000%.
Is globalism here, guys? It's just now we just got to fight the Marxism, the amount of Marxism that gets up in here, or where are we at? Like, let's be somebody. Is anybody bold enough to answer that question?
Yes.
No, but I'm not.
You're not
Kinda off
there,
topic.
but we have to use our platforms. We have to use our voices, much like we've done before, for instance, with the speaker vote, bringing people in. I mean, this is one of those times where I think Jen even mentioned it earlier. We cannot be afraid to stand up
We just
and to
brought white
use
folks
our
and black folks,
voices.
Savvy. We just did that the other
I'm
day.
sorry.
We
Oh, I know,
just got
but
the
I'm
FDA up
saying,
in
My
there.
last
Yeah.
like,
comment.
you have to be bold.
My last comment is, this is the one time in my life that, well, not the one, but the most important time, I wish we had single line veto. I really wish that the president had single line veto. And I really believe that a lot of this pork that is in there, because there's still a lot of pork in there. I'm sorry, we may have all kinds of threats, Ukraine, China, whatever. I don't give a damn what kind of threats we have. We don't need all this defense money. We may need a strong defense, but we don't need all the defense money that they're spending. And we know they can't even pass a damn audit. We're giving them more money? Really? I mean, that's the final thing I'll say is that the one thing that I wish we would resurrect is
Reagan's been asking for that since the 80s. It ain't gonna happen. It's just too much. It's too much power. It's too much power.
Foreign aid. Watch the foreign aid come out. I'm gonna be pissed.
Well, look, we have hands up still. I wanted to get to Paul because he's always got great opinions on this matter. And I want to hear what he's got to say. Paul, please jump in.
And Cheney's next. Cheney, I'm sorry.
Man.
I saw you're out of my viewing screen. Now you just popped up.
I don't even see Cheney's hand, so I apologize. But right afterwards, Cheney, I got you.
Oh, wow, Destiny. I mean, man, that was such a kind intro. That's the kindest I've gotten in a long time. So I just want to say thanks for that. But no, and I did vote for you, Destiny, by the way. I did. I'm just, there was a poll down there. Sorry, Mike. Like I said, I mean, I'm not going to be gay and say I like Mike more than Destiny, man. Sorry, I'm just going to say. But anyways, on this, what I don't understand is, did I miss the memo that BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street are the good guys or something? Because they are the majority shareholders of Palantir. So I don't understand how people don't understand this, right? Like, this is a major red flag, and it kills me because I've been, and so this is one of two things. And God, I hope it's not the first one. Either Trump knows all this and it's been nefarious and he is lying to us to the level that some people are saying. And I don't think that's what it is, but I won't rule out that that is a possibility. But I think it's number two. I think he's making the same mistakes that he made in 2016. He just took longer to make them. Or the people that basically told him what he wanted to hear, they were sneakier about it, which was he trusted the wrong people again. And he did this in 2016. And it kind of feels like maybe he's doing it again, especially in regards to this. And these people are big money. And we already know about Peter Thiel's connection with JD Vance. We were talking about that when JD got the nomination. So there's been these red flags, but I was hoping to see more protections like, all right, well, he knows about the bad guys because he has to play this political game as well. So I've been giving him the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, go ahead.
Paul, if I may, because I know you play the fighty chess, like, what are you seeing with this in your area, like with this? Because it's just crazy. We thought it was over not that long ago, but now it's like back to the drawing board. And this is a big deal, this bill, bro. And fucking like, I don't like
Yeah.
where this is going.
Right. Well, I think I kind of answered that with I'm leaning towards he doesn't realize the amount of pork that's in there. I feel like he's, for some reason, enough noise hasn't been made about Speaker Johnson. This was a guy that was literally booed when Trump got elected. And he's like, oh, and our great speaker, Mike Johnson. And what was the reaction right then and there? Everyone booed to his face with Trump's arm around him. So even then, it's not like MAGA was blind to Mike Johnson, but for some reason, nobody vacated him. And this was my biggest critique. I wish Massey and Trump were on better terms because Trump needs a Massey. Like I'm still in that camp, but it kills me that they didn't work it out. And I was hoping that Massey was going to do a motion to vacate the speaker again. Going back, I'm wondering if now we should be saying it was a mistake to vacate the speaker. Are we really better off than we were with McCarthy? Because at least with McCarthy, Massey was willing to give up on a principle to give him a vote, which he's not getting that from Speaker Mike Johnson. So now, and I get this, Dan Bongino said it then because he was like, we can't judge if vacating the speaker was good until we see the results. Well, now if I look at it that way, our result was bad. I don't think Speaker Johnson's better, right, than what we had. He's either just as bad, if not worse. And I say worse because he seems to be like a wolf.
Bro. He just does whatever he's told.
Yeah, but
well, I think he's been lying to the president, though.
That makes the case to remove Speaker Johnson because he's bad. It doesn't make the case, in my opinion, that we should have kept the old speaker who shared an office with Nancy Pelosi the entire time he was serving the speaker. Come on.
Well, let me finish with this. We constantly are being given the option of a douche and a turd sandwich. What? Sorry, of course I get a phone call. Our options are always the giant douche and the turd sandwich. We never have like a good option, and that's on us as Americans. We got to get more active. We got to get more vocal. We got to stop blaming everybody else. All right, so all those people, it's the Jews. It's not the Jews. It's freaking us. We're the ones that need to step up and fix our own country. If we're Americans, then we have to hold ourselves accountable as a group because we've allowed these people to be corrupt. We've allowed them to have the control, and they do not fear us, and they should. Not violently. I'm not talking about violence. I'm talking about they should fear that if they don't do their jobs, we are organized enough, they will not be reelected, and they will lose power. And I'll land
with Paul, that. By us, you're saying, okay, you're saying it's not the Jews, so you're saying by us, so you're meaning the Catholics? Is that what you're talking about?
He means American citizens.
Coyote, you're stirring the pot here, buddy. You're stirring
Stop
the pot
it, Coyote.
here.
I'll boot you.
No, we're not going to the freaking Jews talk
tonight.
No,
not the Jews. The Catholic. It's the
We're
Catholic.
not going to the Jews talk tonight.
It's
Change
the Catholic.
everything.
Can we not talk about any religion?
China.
Stop it.
I'm sorry I brought it up. I was trying to make a point. It's us, the Americans.
Yo,
forget religion.
Geez,
it's us.
Who's dropping the bombs in here? I mean, you're bringing that up. It's almost like somebody should walk in and say Bitcoin isn't real.
Whoa! Who? Nobody's gonna say that, Kevin. Hold on, real quick before Cheney goes.
Real.
Kevin came off mic. Let me talk to. Let me just say something to Kevin real fast. How you been, brother? I haven't seen you around. What you been up to? What do you think? What do you think about what we're talking about? Mute
double
glitch.
mute.
Double mute.
Gotta have
I
answers.
feel like it's diligent space.
I've been good, man. It's just I got primaries here in New York, so I haven't had a lot of time. But I'm watching my nephew's little league game, and they suck. So I jumped into space. So
well, there you go.
Yeah, no, I'm just kidding.
What do you think about Cuomo and what's going on with him, real quick?
Dude, he better get his shit straight, or Zoltan's gonna beat him. I keep saying that kid. I'm not being a dick. I keep saying that guy's name wrong. It's definitely all right, now I forgot what it is. But I said Zoltan once, and now I can't get it out of my head. So I'm not being a dick. But yeah, he seems to be polling a lot better against Cuomo, particularly because we have ranked choice voting here in New York. So I think Cuomo will still win the Democratic primary just on name rec alone. But as far as the bill goes, man, look, it doesn't cut enough spending. I don't know about the AI stuff, but the increases to the Pentagon budget are absolutely ridiculous. But the question is going to be, do we put enough pressure on them like Matt Gaetz did to try to force this not to be an omnibus bill, a straight up or down vote? And it seems as though these Republicans never learn. And nobody, now that Gaetz is out, has the balls to actually lead the coup against these ridiculously large spending bills. We were supposed to get actual appropriation bills. We were supposed to get actual votes so that people could choose what they wanted to vote for. I'm sure there's plenty of fiscal hawks out there that don't want to vote for, what is it, $150 billion Pentagon budget increase while we're not technically at war, which is ridiculous. And I think that I think Elon's right. And to all the people out there who are listening to this, all the liberals who like to come in and cut up Twitter spaces and stuff, this is us disagreeing with President Trump. You see, Democrats, you can do that. You can disagree with your leader without being like, a turncoat. And so for all the people out there that try to say, oh, you guys just do whatever Trump says, I'm like, no, I hate this bill. There's a lot of stuff in it I like, but they're going to waive the no taxes on tips and the no taxes on overtime while they drop in more Pentagon spending, while they drop in more of this AI crap, while they drop in more stuff that we're going to live to regret in 10 years. And I'm thankful for, somebody like Rand Paul and Ron Johnson, who are at least standing on principle against it. I mean, Murkowski and Collins can fuck off, but
Massey?
Massey too. Actually saying this is a problem, and I think that more people should have the balls to say it. The problem is that someone like Massey, someone like Paul, someone like Johnson, they're safe. And with the midterms, and you're going to see this, I guarantee you, you're going to see Republicans start to get squishier and squishier the closer we get to the midterms. They're going to run away from the agenda and try to run to the middle. And I think it's going to hurt a lot of them in the midterms.
I agree, brother. Well, it's good to hear from you, man. Loud majority. That's 1:00 Eastern time. Is that right?
Yeah, 1:00 Eastern time. Rumble.com/LFATV. If anybody wants to come on the show, you're more than welcome. I love to have guests on. We can debate anything, but I'm not talking about the Middle East because I'm over talking about that war, or Bitcoin because I still don't know what it is. It's an invented thing. You're all going to be robbed by some.
Breaking up. You're rubber banding.
Sorry. You got me?
No, he's not.
Now I got you. Yeah, now I got you.
That's what happened. As soon as you mention crypto's not real, the spaces don't work anymore.
You're rubber banding again. You're breaking up. You needed your Wi-Fi.
Anybody
Can
wants to
I just mention one other thing they gave up on the proposed bill, and that was no tax on Social Security benefits. I'm still going to have to pay taxes on it. I've paid taxes on it 3 times before it ever got into my account, but I'm still, as an old man with lumbago problems, still having to pay taxes on tips. Thanks so much, Trump, for nothing.
Lumbago sounds like an instrument.
Woo. Hey. Excuse me. No, hush it, Coyote. Hush it. I know you want to say something, but you're going to hold it for a second because Cheney's been skipped twice, and I'm not letting it happen again.
I'm going to Cheney. I'm going to give her a proper intro, but I just wanted to say goodbye to Kevin and just say I appreciated him being on the show.
Anytime, guys. I love coming in. Anybody wants to come on and talk about whatever the hell you want to talk about, except Israel, Gaza, or Bitcoin, you're more than welcome to come on.
Well, I tell you what, I'll take you up on that offer because now I'm free, and I'll be free during the day, so it's going to open up a lot of stuff. For just kind of explore and go out there and see some friends, go on the shows and do some talking. So I'll hit you up in the DMs, brother. We'll get together.
Sounds good. Talk to you soon. Now, Cheney, Cheney, now you can go. Now that I've interrupted you twice.
If you guys haven't seen, look, let me say this. I'm a big fan of Cheney. She's got freaking one of the best personalities on this platform. And you guys can check her out. She's on with Dustin on the tinfoil and tokens. And it's a live stream. And she's got, who is it again? Is it Cardi B that you got behind you, Cheney, on the wallpaper there?
A little Nicki Minaj.
Nicki Minaj. It's all the same stuff.
How
what
dare
did he just say? What did he just say? Yeah, but I love Cheney. A big fan of hers. I always love looking at that profile picture of her taking a big ass bite. Freaking watermelon. Cheney, welcome to the stage. How are you?
Thank you for having me. I love Say Something with Mike Destiny and all the other co-hosts who don't have co-hosts. Everybody make sure you like, follow, and reshare the room. I'm here to bring a little tinfoil. You guys were talking about FEMA camps and whether they exist or not. You guys all have a Walmart Supercenter in your town, but I digress. I like that Dustin said the big, beautiful bill with the triple B and the Build Back Better, because Biden always coined his Build Back Better with lowercase b's, which is a 666. So redoing this again is sketchy to me as somebody who looks into symbology and stuff like that. I also think it's interesting, since we all know Mike Myers is CIA now, that we can add in that million, billion, trillion, and how they keep wanting to Google up dollars like this to us. This is like the Dr. Evil plan. So we are eventually all in a CIA Scientology trap that we don't even realize. We're in a trillion-year lease of our lives. Our kids' souls go to this deity. It's like they do this dark art stuff. So another thing I think is a big ruse, that Elon wouldn't be so pro everything moving forward with the transhumanism agenda, which the trans agenda is almost smokescreen for the transhumanism agenda. They want us to forget who ladies are so the computer can control the room or womb. And so I think Elon with his Neuralink is sketch AF to think about this going completely unbridled for however long. So he's like, I don't like this bill because I'm the Doge guy. Everybody forget about the technocratic stuff that I'm involved with. And I would go as far as to say the original $2,500 fee for us saying anything wrong online was from PayPal, which PayPal is just Papple. So you're paying like the technocracy of the everything app eventually. And I didn't know what it's worth, but the Edward Snowden of it all, it's curious how much this is like Prism. Like if you take everything about Snowden and then they're like, and we're going to add your medical records to it, and we're going to add your social security, like, so it's like Prism on steroids a little bit. So,
well, you know what? Not for nothing. If you look at Tom Cruise from Top Gun, and you look at how he's aged until now, maybe Scientology's got something going for it. Because
adrenochrome, yay for them.
He looks just as good. If I could age that slowly over 45, 50 years, or however long Top Gun was, maybe Scientology's got something going.
It's actually his unhealthy relationship
yeah.
with tropical fish.
I'm kidding, everyone. It's a joke.
By the way, Kelly McGillis. She did not age as well.
She wasn't even allowed in the second movie.
Wow.
She wasn't even allowed to be a barkeep.
I know. Yeah. They had to get Jennifer Connelly, who was also aged very well. Maybe I'll do what she's doing. Is she a Scientologist?
Bro, just get some kids, cut their skin off, and put that freaking paste all over you, and fine, you'll be fine. Make you look.
Scare them first.
5 months. Yeah, you got to scare them first.
Tropical fish. Tropical fish.
Okay, I don't know.
Buy a pizza.
I don't know nothing about no cut no skin off. Everybody needs to take a breather and go back. Get
on board or get on the train or get off the tracks, bro. It's where it's heading.
Shitting it off the pod.
Destiny has good patience, so I've been sitting here watching you.
Cheney, pretty good tinfoil stuff there. Dustin told me, let me read this DM that Dustin sent me. He goes, bring up Cheney. I've trained her well. She knows how to speak all the things that I want her to say. So yeah, that's pretty, Dustin is right. He has trained you pretty well in the tinfoil method.
Stockton bought 9,000.
Oh, no doubt.
By the way, I love that anyone would think that anyone's better at tinfoil than Cheney. Right? Like, dude, I've got good tinfoil. Cheney, not even joking, at least 3 times a week sends me down a rabbit hole. I'm like, what the
Reynolds
fuck?
Wrap quality tinfoil.
Yeah. That's you can see
I think I could compete if I didn't have to like self-censor myself all the time, because like I have serious research. It's rare that I get to like let it out, but I keep telling Janie, it's like, we need to do a space.
Yo, I'm so jealous.
You should come on.
I'm so jealous of people that have anonymous accounts on here and can just say whatever crazy shit comes to their brain. Like, do you know how many times I text people who are currently in this?
Like, fuck you.
You know how many times I text people currently in this space and just say things I can't post, but because you have anonymous accounts, you can say whatever you want. Like,
let me throw my number on that list, bro. I want to get in on some of that action.
I say some wild shit, man.
Honestly, Kevin, just free yourself and say it. It's so much more freeing.
I feel like if I can just text it to someone, it's like I get it out of my system and then I let them do whatever they want. Like that time I accidentally made a joke about Don Jr.'s girlfriend.
Kevin, the point is to say something, right? Not text something. Say something.
Who remembers when I did that?
I don't remember that.
I do.
Yep, it was it would have been the greatest tweet of all time, and then I found out that it needed to come down immediately.
Like it needed to come back down like 10 minutes earlier.
Like I got in my DeLorean, went 88 miles an hour.
So a lot of us are being teased right now, and we're not appreciative of it. What was the tweet?
Not a chance in hell.
Yeah, not worth repeating. Even though she's not, Don Jr.'s girlfriend anymore, still not worth repeating.
Listen, just text it to me. I'll say it.
Ditto. I don't give a shit.
I'm never trying to go work for the government. Like,
Dustin, make sure you preface it though with saying this is not the tweet that Kevin Smith came. Like this was not the one. Just make sure you preface it with that.
Yeah, no. Listen,
Get your taxes worth.
Just
just say it. Like it's like okay, you got fined for. That's how I'm going to view it moving forward. It's just a tax.
Kevin, let me move you up to co-host, and then you can say it, and I'll just mute everyone. They won't be able to hear it.
Hey, Mike, can I ask you a question?
Nah, I'm texting Dustin right now.
No, you can't. No, you can't. You speak a lot. Can I speak? I was
just real quick, Mike. It was just one question.
No, just let me speak 1 minute. Just
She's going to yell at you in French in about 2 seconds.
Nilly, I like the way let me go to Nilly. I like the way she jumped in there. She said, whoa.
No, because you guys, this is not nice. Honestly, can I tell you? I like you a lot, but you're not nice to
Coyote and booting you. Stop it.
Listen, guys. I'm new to you guys. I don't feel a lot of harm and love welcoming. You speak all together with 5-6 people that you know forever, and this is not cool,
Nilly, let me explain to you something how spaces work. Now watch this, okay? One, I do know these people, right? And I do know what they're going to say. And so I trust them more because I know that they're not going to be a troll that comes up here like a lot. I'm not saying you are. I'm saying a lot of people come up and they start yelling profanities and they start yelling these things out. Now I let you up on the stage and you don't follow any of the co-hosts, right? And that's a no-no. Nobody does that. But I did it because I like your action figure profile picture. So with that said,
it's Roy Lichtenstein.
With that said, you got to understand. With that said, I don't see your hand up to speak. So I'm not going to call on you if you just want to. And now I see it. See? So let's go to Nilly now, who's a speaker. Nilly, welcome to the stage. How are you? Good to have you. What's going on? Mute glitch.
Yeah. Well, I had
double mute. I'm diligent. That's how it works in his spaces too. Mute glitch. Go ahead.
Yes, hi, how are you? I had my hands forever. It's okay. Guys, I'm not gonna, I liked it, but I think I won't like the spaces anymore because you have your own group. I just gonna say what I wanted to say. I just wanted to say about the Ukraine and
sorry, that was a mute glitch. That was a remove glitch. Dadgummit. Did I just
that was no glitch. She needed to be removed.
Yeah, that was
I've known her forever, bro. It's Nilly.
Don't preface that. You guys suck butt, and I don't like any of y'all. Y'all's personalities are trash. But here, I'd like to talk about Ukraine if I could for just a moment.
Dustin, you might want to check your DMs.
Oh, sweet. Dustin, check it right now. Let's go.
Okay, and honestly, we don't need your European frou-frou shit up here, okay? Like, listen, we talk over each other. We're not nice. Get over it. That's why we left in 1776. Thank you.
There we go.
Mike, can I ask that one question?
You can ask
the question now, Coyote, before you interrupt four more people.
Nilly. Anyway, how much is it to get into your after subscription space?
You talking about the subscriber space?
Yeah, the subscriber space.
The one that's happening right after the show, probably in about 30 minutes or so from now. You talking about that one?
Yeah, where that thing's coming out on Destiny that nobody knows.
Right, exactly. That's that subscriber space you're talking about. That's my subscriber space. That's the same thing.
That's yours?
Yeah, that's it. It's only 99 cents. You didn't know that?
Fucking
yeah, it rounds up to $1. Yeah, it's fine. Just go on there and hit subscribe. Yeah, no, it's not. It's $1. It's nothing. You just hit it one time and you can come in and we make fun of Destiny. It's just an absolute Destiny. It's a blast, right? It's 99 cents. You do it for 1 month and then you quit. You rage quit. It's fine.
It's a done deal. I hit it.
It's a great question. It's a great question.
As a proud subscriber,
that's a great question.
That's so cheap. That is amazing.
It is cheap. It's too cheap.
Literally,
it should be on the freaking
subscribe to you.
should be on the big beautiful bill. That's how cheap it should.
You have to be a dumbass or like a piece of shit not to subscribe
Correct.
to you
Don't
for that cheap amount.
That's correct.
You know,
that's right. Okay, so
Man, Mike, is he getting 20% for that? Good Lord.
20% of $1. What do I do? Toss a couple times this way? It ain't gonna work, bro. It's not. It's not worth it.
Coyote, I didn't know you were so cheap, brother. I'm gonna buy your services too, man. No, I'm just teasing. I wanted to say one quick thing though. Did you guys see what Tom Tillis of North Carolina said? These guys in the Senate, they have a chance to remove pork, and this jerk off, the first thing he wants to remove is no tax on tips. Like it's like literally, I'm gonna find the first thing that's for the people and be like, yeah, we should take that off.
I didn't hear that at all.
Yo,
Wow,
he's in so much trouble in the midterms. Roy Cooper, unfortunately, is got a real fight against him for if Roy Cooper runs in North Carolina. That might be the one state we fucking lose.
what about Corey Mills? Didn't some shit come out? Like they're flooding us with information. By the way, we all know this.
No, absolutely no comment from Kevin.
I say he did some time in the military. That's all. That's enough for me for all the other extracurricular shit, bro. I'm just tired of the fucking little side drama and a lot of these things. They're just they over fucking flood us with information, bro. At some points, I think we got to realize that, like at sometimes, and today was one of those days.
You guys remember when Kimberly Guilfoyle was fixing her dress at the RNC?
Yes.
Trump doing so well, the pussies were grabbing themselves.
Dustin, how in the world could you say something so inappropriate? That's probably.
I can't believe anyone would ever tweet that out in real time and getting I don't know about 150 quote tweets in the first 2.5 minutes and then being yelled at to take it down by somebody who was there.
Freaking Dustin.
Mic check.
Can't believe that would happen.
Yeah, your mic works, brother. It works. Look at him coming up on stage and opening the mic. Coming to you in a minute, Dallas. To see you up there. Don't be DMing me, telling me I didn't freaking pull you up. You're here. You're the man. Let's get to a couple of these hands real fast, and then I want to go over a couple things, and I want to get Dustin and Jen's feedback on this as well. I want to find out about a couple things on the big, beautiful bill that are positives and find out if they are as positive as we think they are. So we're going to do that in just 1 second. Let's hit a couple of these hands real quick. And like I said, we are probably going to be wrapping this up in about 30, 45 minutes. So let's kind of streamline through these things. I can't see hands, Des. Go ahead, call them out.
We have Noah and we have Chris.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. Very much. Very, very cool show. I'm just sliding in here, so forgive me if you've already mentioned it, but have we discussed how much of a big deal it is that the federal government wants 100% control of AI without our say? I mean, this is such a huge friggin' deal. Yeah.
Noah, let me ask you something real fast. Are you I can't even. Everybody in the space right now is probably smiling privately right now because, bro, now listen. You're gonna have to go back. And by the way, I appreciate having you, brother. It's good up here, and I'll let you finish your question. I just want to say one thing. Make sure you go back and listen to the space because there's a lot of people that probably talked about the question you're going to ask, and it was like really impressive. Like a lot of people knew, Destiny being one of them, a lot of people knew a lot of stuff about this. So let me ask you, what are your thoughts on this? Are you an AI person and this kind of makes you nervous? Or is it just that the rights that are kind of being, the lack of rights regarding AI, is that what worries you? What are your thoughts on that?
That's what I was wondering.
Well, I listened to all the experts. The experts say that if we haven't hit the singularity already, they predict it within the next few years. And there's an obvious race for AI, right? We can't deny that. We know that China, Russia, that Israel, Russia, Ukraine, all the countries are racing towards the AI. Why? Like, the only reason I can think of, and then the federal government just casually putting into a bill saying, hey, by the way, we control all AI, period. You don't have a say. This is such a huge deal. Okay, so And as I think, I yearn for freedom in all ways. And the experts predict that AI is going to outperform everything. And then once it's utilized in, say, like the Black programs we all know exist, once it takes that over, it's over for us, guys. I mean, this is such a huge deal. They're saying for 10 years, we don't have a say. There's only one body that controls AI for the next 10 years, and that's the federal government. Have we lost our minds?
Bro,
How could
I'm
our
going to tell
own
you right.
government slip that into a omnibus bill? It's literally one page of the entire world on the balance.
Yeah.
Have we lost our minds?
Mike
Have
was
we
going to answer
lost
you.
our minds?
Coyote, please.
Coyote, stop. Noah, yeah, bro, it's going to be hard to rev up this crowd again on that topic, and I apologize to you, but we had that same passion that you just talked with, bro, in that first hour of this conversation. It was we were absolutely going off on Palantir and everything that you said. So I would strongly recommend you go back and listen to the space, and then certainly and then DM me or Destiny or anybody like that if you have any questions. And I'm sure there's going to be some more spaces about it.
I sent it to myself. I'm listening right now. I really appreciate it. Thanks
Absolutely, bro. Appreciate you coming up and love that passion. I wish that you had. I just wish that you had timed a little bit better and been here at the beginning. 6 o'clock Eastern every Wednesday. We'll be in here, but yeah, we were all in the Noah boat just a minute ago, brother.
Mike, you did not just tell him to DM Destiny. You know damn well she does not read her DMs.
That's right. I
said DM me or Destiny. I do respond to my DMs. Destiny doesn't even respond.
I'm getting better at it. I'm getting better at it.
Mike, can I ask a quick question?
Mike isn't that much better either.
Whatever. Go ahead, Jen.
So I've been sitting here trying to think like why they would do something like this, right? And I just want to propose an alternate opinion. Like, I'm not saying this is my opinion, people, okay? So I don't need the DMs. I'm just trying to pose a question here, okay? Do we really want California and New York and these other places like regulating AI? And with AI companies putting these huge hubs and gigafactories in certain states, like wouldn't that give states a vested interest in the AI race if a certain company is having their headquarters in their state bringing
Well, I think Palantir's coming to Texas, aren't they?
right? So like
they have multiple places, yeah.
Is it something that like maybe, and Chris Philby and I were talking about this earlier, does there need to be an independent council, right, where we could have representatives from 50 states or something, right, and not have it under the federal government and not have it under the states, which have a vested interest in certain AI companies over other AI companies? And couldn't like California raise up an AI army and let's say invade Arizona potentially? Like if they had control of it, like I don't know.
Okay, wait. I want to clear this up because I've heard several iterations. Doc first, right? That seem not to fully understand what the bill is suggesting and what it means. So what this bill does is it denies state government the ability to create their own AI regulations. So, for example, if your state wants to pass a law like we did in Wyoming, in Wyoming we passed a law, I think it was Agenda 2023 at that point, or Agenda 15, some shit like that, whatever the bullshit acronym they were using. Wyoming, we actually passed a law that said, no, we're not playing that game. So let's say you want to pass a law that AI is not allowed to issue speeding tickets. Sounds reasonable, right? Like, I don't want some random robot being able to issue tickets or perform this specific function that should be left to humans. This bill denies them that right. This bill does not deny any of the states the ability to to implement AI. It just prevents them from using any AI outside of the Palantir, BlackRock, State Street cabal's AI systems, right? So like this bill is not protecting you from California creating an AI and using it to do a bunch of bad
Yeah,
shit.
but what if you're an a-hole
This
from
bill-
Arizona and you drive like the speed of hell, and there's a lot of accidents in Arizona, and Arizona is not able to impose stricter laws on AI to operate in Arizona?
Right. This bill is preventing your state from choosing what kind of AI and how they want to implement it. And that is what the concern has to be, which is if you're of the mind, like I think most of us in this space have been, right? That the AI the companies that control AI right now are overwhelmingly evil. Google, Palantir, right? We have these big centralized companies that control most of the best AI. This is literally them preventing other AI companies from being able to. This is regulatory capture for the big boys. It does not protect us from like your state implementing AI. In fact, it's the opposite. It is forcing your state to adopt the AI that gets put in these bills that nobody freaking understands. So right, like just know that there is no argument to be like, oh well, right, like maybe the AI, like we don't want each individual state creating their own AI. This does not stop your state from implementing bad AI to like big brother AI surveillance and control over your population. In fact, it's forcing them to adopt the centralized control bullshit that gets through the federal government. It's terrible.
And what is the and what do you, so they're forcing the states to adopt their own in order to circumvent what the federal government is doing with their AI, or what's the reason for that?
No, so the reason is they want listen, the technocrats want the Constitution, right, prevents them from implementing the total system of authoritarian control that they want. And so, right, the danger is it is much easier for us, right? Like think about how frustrating it is for us when we try to get something done through the federal government. How impossible it is, like to get legislation that's good passed. It's much easier, for example, if I wanted to go to my state and or even closer, if I wanted to go to my county or my city, and we want to pass some kind of law that protects us from something that AI is bringing that we don't want. It could have to do with surveillance. It could have to do with policing. It could have to do with medical, right? I don't know. That's why we have all of these different states. The point is supposed to be that we get to go forward. I can go get something passed in Wyoming that I can't get passed through the federal legislature or wherever it is. I use Wyoming as the example because they're very freedom loving and often will push back against this like centralized global bullshit. Right. But the issue here is this bill expressly forbids you for 10 years. Think about how fast AI is advancing. Imagine where it's going to be 2 years from now, or 2 months from now, or 10 months from now. Imagine 10 freaking years we are denied the ability to go through our local government to protect ourselves from something that's happening in AI. That is utterly effing absurd. Absurd. And
So let me ask you this real quick. If this group right now wanted to contact someone or make their voice heard regarding the specific part of AI, what would be their best route to do that?
Listen, arm yourself with arguments, right? So first and foremost, you have to understand that this is a constitutional issue about who has rights and powers, right? Based on the Constitution, that you can't strip the states the ability to like perform their regulations. Number one. As far as who you contact, what you do, I firmly believe this. They do not respond to our phone calls and messages. We still do them, right? But we have to bully them into submission. And so join me. And if I'm telling you, if Elon Musk utters 3 words, Speaker Micro Johnson, I'm telling you, it will. He will be memed forever as the little penis speaker. And when that happens, I promise you, just like we did with Turd Ferguson, who dropped out of like he would rather quit
That's
Congress than have everybody
That's
calling him
true.
Turd Ferguson in perpetuity. Think about it. So like we have start. I'm in all seriousness, start calling him Speaker Micro Johnson, right? And hopefully some of the larger accounts will also start adopting that. That's the kind of meme magic that's going to be necessary for us to stop this thing. But like I said, I think that this AI portion of the bill is by far the most dangerous, and we have an obligation to make sure that that part is stripped out. Like if we're going to get a concession in order to move forward, it has to be top priority in my opinion.
Love
Gotta
that
go hard.
quietness.
Yeah, I know.
Awkward.
That was a
felt
gift.
it. It felt
Welcome,
good.
Merry freaking Christmas. No, it didn't.
No, you mean no? It's happy birthday, but you're not going to give me a Christmas gift this far out.
Whatever. Oh yeah, that's right. Our birthdays are coming up right around the corner, aren't they?
Yours before mine, oldie.
Okay. Is Chris's hand still up?
Chris's hand is up, and Chris is next.
What's up, Christopher? I just wanted to tell you before you start speaking, I love you.
Love you too, Mike, and I love Destiny.
Well, that was more passionate than mine, but whatever. It's okay.
Yeah, you know how it is. It's a Virginia thing.
True. I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
No, literally, our state motto is Virginia is for lovers.
Yeah.
That's
so
great.
So anyway, down in the purple pill, as luck would have it, there's a bill that I wrote with Grok. It's called the AIR Act, AI Regulation Act, and it goes to something that Miss Jennifer and I were discussing earlier today, where you would have governors of the 50 states plus the mayor of the District of Columbia appoint members to a board to serve for 2-year terms. They could be renewed for 2 years, and they would write regulations that would have to pass by 2/3 majority to send to Congress, and then Congress would have an up or down vote. They wouldn't be able to have amendments. It would just be up or down, pass it. And this thing would this law, if implemented, would put AI on the blockchain, and would also include a digital bill of rights, which would give you certain protections to keep them from screwing you with regard to the First Amendment and the Fourth Amendment, and your ability to protect your data by guaranteeing you the same type of encryption for your data as the military has. And this group would meet 4 times a year, at least one time in person, not in a city that was anywhere close to either Washington, D.C. or a tech capital. And they would come up with these ideas to regulate AI that would be it would give the states the ability to have the input that they need, and it would be something of a compromise, and force the Congress, um, to to take it on the chin. Uh, how regulation works. Go ahead, Jen.
So what's really bothering me, right, is every day or every other day or every week, right, we get these notifications on your phone or wherever you get your news, right? Your data has been leaked. Your social security number has been leaked on the dark web. Da 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 da. I feel like they're using like this notion that we're so protective of our data when like over our heads as a tool when our data has been leaked 25 million times over again. Does anybody really not think that your social security number isn't on the dark web already? Right? Like we are letting them use this notion of data to like beat us into submission. And I think like we just need to free ourselves from the data because like it's already been leaked, guys.
I completely agree. I'm on board with you. I think that they're using this like it's just like anything else. Like with 9/11, they did the same thing with terrorists. It's like you think there wasn't countries that hated us beforehand, even if that was like a real statement, even though it wasn't. Like you don't think that there's already things that are, they're just using that and bringing it up to scare you. There's a million things they could talk about to scare you with. They're only going to talk about the one that has a convenient side effect of benefiting them with money or some sort of, public-private partnership that they'll institute so that when they get out of government, they're set for life, which is what they do. I mean, of all the politicians that submit, the congressmen and senate that submit their financials for review, I think the number was something close to 40 to 50% of them are millionaires, and most of them don't start off millionaires when they go in. So this is a matter for them of money only, and that's what we really need to, I think, cut out completely out of the system. I agree, Jen. I see we have Dallas. Go ahead, Mike. Sorry, I was going to call on Dallas.
I was talking. That silent space was me talking into my freaking muted mic, and then I realized that nobody could hear me. I agree with what Jen said. I think that it's a lot of these times we have to kind of do some reflection and ask ourselves, just because everybody else seems to be worried about something, that doesn't necessarily mean that I have to be worried about the same thing as the group think does, right? Because people talk about your privacy is being, like Jennifer said. I mean, Jennifer, I think you nailed it. Really, I think that's a really important point in the fact that people say, your privacy and your data is being leaked out there, and I really have done a self check and asked myself, what the hell do I care? Take it all. Right? You know what I'm saying? It's like, what is it that, like you said, what is it that you don't have? And what is it that you're going to do out of the 8 billion people on the earth? If you just went by odds alone, the odds are that my data will never be seen by almost anybody just based on the odds alone. Right? And I'm asking, what kind of data do they want? What are they going to do with that data? Are they going to try to, like, you know what I'm saying? I've had my data leaked and it hasn't stopped my life yet. And yeah, maybe I get some pop-up freaking phone calls telling me that my oil change is about to expire and that they overcharged my credit card and try to get me to click a link. God bless. But, I'm thinking to myself, I don't really do anything that I worry that much about. And I get the principle of it. I totally do. Right. But I just don't know if maybe if this is what you were saying, Jen, is I don't know if I'm as nervous about certain things that other people are.
Well, I'm not saying I like the reality, right?
Right. No, exactly.
At all. I don't like the reality that our data has been leaked 10 times over to this company, to this country, and whatever. But when you're trying to implement new laws and new regulations, and you're holding my data over my head like, oh, look, they're going to get it if we don't do this. They're going to get it if we don't do that. Yeah, exactly. No, I really don't give a shit, actually. So what are you actually trying to do? Because my data has been shared 20 times over. There's probably a Jennifer Lawrence living in China right now. Like, I hope she's doing an actress. Well. Okay, but like, I really don't give a shit.
Well, imagine. Well, what if we didn't give a shit about our data being out there? What if, for God forbid, what if everything was just totally honest and transparent and put out there?
I mean, it pretty much is now. Think about how
like
much
are we would we
blackmail
be
in this
embarrassed about a
country.
disease, or would everybody else be so transparent that so many people have this disease that nobody would care that you had the disease, and now the stigma about the disease is gone? They do say the truth sets you free. Maybe the truth really does set you free completely.
Let's see if Diddy believes that. By the way, what happened to that?
By the way, quick question, Destiny. You don't know the answer to this, and I'm just doing this to stall to go to Dallas, and then I want Maze to have to wait as long as she can because she was late to the space. No, it's not. It's fact. On the show with Dr. Evil, was there really a tattoo of Diddy's name on that person's butt?
I have no idea.
There's a scene, I saw a screenshot of it where Dr. Evil, when they were talking about the CIA thing, that he was in the scene and there was someone's butt was right in his face, and on the butt cheek it said something Diddy.
No way.
Oh yeah.
Mike, can we just update the room, guys? For those who have not been paying attention to the Diddler trial happening in New York City, you should. But we found out yesterday that Mike Myers, international man of mystery, Austin Powers, Shrek, he is a CIA agent. It was spying
Now,
on
do we
Diddy
know
for the
that for a
CIA.
fact, or is that
He
speculation?
was at
because
least an asset. He was at least an asset.
See, I heard that he just applied to the CIA.
Word on the street is he was spying on Diddy for the CIA.
Wow, that would be a hell of a story.
Yeah, baby.
See, I would take it.
Yeah, baby.
I would be, hey, baby, yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, but think about if that's true. How many times do people quote Mike Myers movies in real life? Kind of weird.
It is kind of weird.
Mockingbird. That's
By the
all
way, I saw
thinking.
him with the gray hair and looking the way he doesn't look anything like the old Mike Myers.
I didn't recognize him when I first saw it. I was like, who is
I
this
didn't
Mike
either.
Myers person people are talking about? I was like, oh, I don't recognize him. And I was like, oh, shit.
AG Barr.
Oh,
Mike
he's
Myers.
old.
Cheney, do you have the microphone in your mouth right now? Like, is it in your?
All I know is she just said that Bill Barr was Mike Myers, okay, and I just about.
Like she was talking like this, like
Yeah, it's that Bluetooth microphone. You put it on your tooth.
Can I jump in?
No, Dallas.
This guy.
This freaking guy. Hey, Dallas, how you doing?
I'm all right, Mikey. How are you? Destiny.
Don't mean to crack your vibe there, bro.
All the friends, everybody talked about him. Look, everyone who knows me in these spaces, I ride with Trump till the end. That's number one. But, and again, you guys touched on a lot of good points. That's my dog in the background. She gets very jealous when I speak in spaces. But as far as there we go. As far as the one big, beautiful bill act, definitely with Elon Musk on this. All right. I mean, it's going to add another 10% to the deficit. What is it? $2.4 trillion or $3.7 trillion. And as we all know, this is something that's backed by House Republicans. My thing is this. I think the most powerful person within the Trump cabinet is Susie Wiles, all right, which is a House Chief of Staff. I think she has something to do with this, right? She's always in the fucking backgrounds. She's pulling strings. And if I'm not mistaken, she was even bumping heads a little bit with Elon Musk. But this fucking bill is bullshit, right? And I support Elon Musk on this. And as we all know, there's a lot of rhino rats still within the Republican Party, which is disgusting. I'll land right there. Thanks for the mic.
Appreciate that, brother. Good to see you as always, bro. So let me just, before I go to Maze, let me ask Dustin this. I'm not sure, Jen, if he's by the mic, but I want to run this by him. In this big, beautiful bill, tell me if I get something wrong when I say this. It's going to be the largest tax cut in American history. It purports to boost wages and job creation, stuff like that. It's going to strengthen our border security. It's going to protect Medicaid for citizens. It's going to knock 1.4 million undocumented immigrants off a bunch of Medicaid rolls, right? It's going to enhance national defense. There's obviously some things there that people have a problem with. It should. There are some, and I can't remember who it was, but there's one or two people that predict that our growth stimulates economic growth, being one of the things on here, that it might be in this next quarter. It could be like 4.5 to 4.6% economic growth. That is sickening of what that would do, right? Reforms welfare programs, SNAP, and all that. Obviously, there's millions and millions of people that take advantage of this. Supports education and workforce development, simplifies the tax code, and we'll leave AI off of that. But so on the face of it, those sound like some pretty good things. Mays obviously wants to cut Medicaid for all citizens.
You tossed it to me, okay? I'm glad. But have you tossed it to me yet?
Yes,
Can we
it's
bring
for
Rance up?
Mays.
I was trying to bring up a man so I could get a straight answer, but
Yes,
go ahead.
bring up
Mike.
Rance. Bring up Rance from Alaska because he can break this shit down. Listen, I guys, I think it's important for us to really just put all this. Oh, does he know? Is he evil? Is Trump a good guy? Let's just shelf that for a minute and let's just talk about the bill, what's written, okay, and also the process and what it all could really mean. And I'm going to start with the AI. I think that's the most important. So what Palantir does, this isn't like just like data leaks and stuff like that. Like Gotham and Foundry, all of their AI enabled integrations like Apollo, they're not just aggregating data. They're building like real-time predictive models of human behavior. It's centralized, right? It's based on their financial, their biometric, social, legal, medical, like wherever you are, location, geolocation. It allows them and the federal agencies to do all kinds of surveillance and target scoring. Like this is the data sources. They just, made a mega API for IRS, the Social Security Administration, Department of Homeland Security. Yes, ICE and all that stuff is going to be a part of it. DMV, medical records, whatever. So it's going to enable them to generate risk scores, threat assessments. It's going to be able to everything that we've been talking about for a very long time, the behavioral prediction and whether or not it's going to happen under Trump's administration doesn't matter if it's already built, because there's going to be other administrations at the helm of it that it could, understand. Like this is something I think we all need to adamantly do everything in our fucking power to stop. And I mean that with everything, every bit of fucking soul that I have. I'm telling you that this is the hill to die on when it comes to stopping it. It is extremely dangerous. It's not something we can moonwalk out of if it gets built and centralized. This isn't like, how from one administration they write all these executive orders, the next one they undo them. This isn't that. That's it. Once it's built, there is no upside or positive side to this other than the immigration. And I get it, but we know that whole shit was planned to put this in fucking place. And I get it, but we have to really protect ourselves from allowing this to take place. I wouldn't even, man, I don't know. So maybe we should have a space on it, but everything from algorithmic governance and financial access control and data feedback, like there's so much that could really happen that is, I don't want to use up all my time on that, but I just wanted to throw that in there. Now, I don't know if you guys are aware of I would love to get your take on what you guys think about the carbon management, the federal eminent domain, and how that's kind of been reintroduced, but kind of maybe rebranded America First style, more of a market-driven incentives type of flavor instead of it being like regulatory from the global level. Have you guys looked into any of that, and what do you guys think?
I've definitely looked into it, and like Maze, we've back channeled on this and how I feel about this. I think this is all I feel your urgency and I agree with it. I think that this is getting to a point where, if you give a mouse a cookie, it's going to want a glass of milk. And this is going to be one of those instances where you can't say no. Once it's been crossed, it is kind of like, essentially it's going to be a tattoo. Like, yeah, there are ways down the line we could get rid of it, but we're going to have to deal with it for a long effing time. Probably, definitely a lot longer than anyone's really wanting to do. So we should just avoid it from the get-go. We should just not go through with this, because the idea that they're going to be able to, if they could seize land, like eminent domain, and seize lands just because, say they want to build a new AI computer data center, and where it is ideal location, and now you and your family have to leave, and you don't have a choice. Like, that's a possibility down the line. I think even greater than that, the carbon capture thing, we are like, the whole rhetoric around carbon being bad, just the rhetoric, just the language around it is very dangerous. We are carbon life forms, right? And people forget that, but we're carbon life forms. You want to tax, you already tax us, for everything. And now it's going to come down to literally everything but what we're breathing. And, the joke has been made like, oh, they tax you to breathe if they could. No, that's what a carbon tax essentially is saying. Like, if we could get you for the air you're taking in, we would. And the people bringing in these initiatives like Bill Gates and Charles Yarvin and people like Peter Thiel, none of them have ever proposed any idea of saving the planet or the world that was not crazy. Bill Gates wanted to freaking bury trees to save what? And Yarvin thinks the idea of everything is, oh, we should just let 3 or 4 tech lords and AI run everything and it'll be good. And we can then take all
And
that
put
money.
everyone in solitary confinement and just keep them entertained.
You'll own nothing and be happy. They're all the same WEF rhetoric, the singularity, Ray Kurzweil, like dystopian future that means to lock down all of your information. I don't think people look at the medical side of this enough, or the energy side of this enough. The energy and the medical is going to be everything, because if they control that with whatever AI that they're going to institute that we can't change, our states can't do anything about, your genomic data and your energy is going to, what if that's dependent on whatever the government wants or the AI wants, or, it's just a horrible, horrible avenue to go down. And I share your passion. Go ahead and continue, Maze. Go ahead. If you want to say.
Yeah. I've heard the most fucking creative goddamn excuses around this shit, from some people that I thought that were real truth seekers. And I don't know what's wrong with people that really, we've been talking about this type of shit for a long time. And I get it. I mean, I know that there's maybe some sort of deep political thing, but guys, I feel like we are America. Okay, if we want it to be great again, we have to be able to be fluid and understand that there's shit that's in black and white, and we can hope that there might be something going on that we just don't know, and that's why it's happening. But I think that that's a big fucking bet. That is a big, huge risk that comes with that bet, and I'm not willing to take it.
But Maze, I think a lot of people, I think the space especially at probably the first hour of the space, I think that everybody is pretty much open to criticizing.
But now,
Trump.
only now, when we're in this freaking predicament, because I know Maze feels this way and I feel this way, and I know there's a few people in here, but for those of us who really tossed up the gloves early on and was like, guys, and we got shit on. I watched it happen. And it's frustrating from this perspective, because I know you all saw it, that what happened is anyone who doubted, anyone who said Massey had a good idea, anyone who's warnings about Palantir, they were totally ignored by the large majority of MAGA. Yes, they were.
No, they weren't.
Yes, not only was I ignored.
No, they were ignored by,
Hey guys, 1 sec. Mike, I just got a message in my DMs from a nice older gentleman. His name's Kevin. And he says that he has something he would like to add to the discussion, but he doesn't know how to request a mic. So if you see Kevin Landry request, he has something to add to the room.
Be careful.
Okay. Sweet. And so I also, guys,
go ahead.
I know. Do you not want me to talk about it, Mike? I don't have to.
No. I don't want to say. No. Hold on. Guys, listen, stop for a second. Okay. I got 5 people interrupting me. Just hold on a second. If somebody says that all MAGA people are criticizing the people that backed Massey, Not true.
It's not
just
all.
Not true.
It was a lot.
Okay, well,
it was
you can't
a
say
lot.
all.
Okay, fine. I apologize if I
just
said
like
all.
It's not all. Just I'm not getting into the. I don't like the all and everybody all
I
the
don't
time.
know why we had to parse words over semantics.
Because I don't like the all and always.
Okay,
that's how we put an entire group of people, an entire religion, and we put all these people in the same basket. I don't do that.
Okay, it's just the first letters of a lot, all odd of them, a lot of them.
Yes, that's true. That's one. There's one prominent one. Yes,
and all odd of
them.
Yeah, all odd of them.
But you would say that the people didn't just come in here and change their mind all of a sudden because they're so educated on this big beautiful bill that this is the thing that tipped them over the edge.
It seems to be that way for a lot of them, though. Like that, this was the kind of like wake up moment.
They don't have the knowledge of this bill to come in here right now all of a sudden and be able to quote these things. These are the things that Trump. They voted for Trump for a lot of the things that he said.
I know, but there's things that
a lot of those things
that
he said are not in this bill.
A lot of I know, but certain nominations that he had, certain nominations that he had that were integral in pushing these kind of agendas were warned about early on, and they were largely ignored.
Okay, but hold on a second. Hold on. I get it. That there were things that there are people that he put, but I've never been in a space with Dustin or Jen or anybody like that especially these spaces like this that have said that Trump was right for putting Speaker Michael Johnson in the speaker position. Like nobody's done that.
Do you remember that? Were you at the debate I was in? I had a debate in November with Patriot Storm and a whole bunch of other people. And the entire purpose of the debate was that there were concerns from the rip that of the picks that Trump had already decided on, that there was some serious issues. And I went against a slew, and Patriots and MAGA, Alpha was MAGA. They were all massively against my criticisms. A lot of them were, Michael Kratsios is really close to Peter Thiel. Maybe we shouldn't do this. And literally, and somebody said it in here earlier. It was like, look, I voted for Trump. When I hear that, every single space I'm in, somebody will say something like, first off, just want to let you know, I voted for Trump, and then blah, 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 right?
Maybe you shouldn't go into those same spaces because they say the same shit every time in those spaces.
They say it everywhere. No, it's in different spaces. No, it's not. It was said in here tonight.
Well, there's not, but Destiny, nobody's going to agree with everybody 100% of the time. Like there's going to be spaces where people do not agree with you.
Well, no, I don't expect people to agree. I don't expect people to agree, but I expect them to be aware of the echo chambers they put themselves in, and that that needs to be concerning.
Are you kidding me?
No, not at all. When have I ever been like pro?
I went and pulled up all the spaces that all of y'all are in. Those are psychotic spaces. Okay, I'm telling you that the majority of the people on this panel right now frequent psychotic spaces, where the people that go in there are psychotic.
I go to vaccine injured spaces more than any space.
Well, okay, but I'm just saying that there are people here that are absolutely fucking psychotic. Okay.
Well, wait a second.
And I get to say that because that's the way I feel, because I go in those spaces. So you can't. No, I don't like when people come up here and start putting people in these groups like we're MAGA people, and now all of a sudden we're freaking anti-Trump. Fuck that. I'm anti-Trump.
Said that. Nobody's like.
I was.
Nice. I'm going to finish what I'm saying. I'm going to mute. I'm here. I'm diligent. So what I'm saying is, I don't want people to say that all of a sudden the MAGA people are now starting to see the light. The MAGA people aren't seeing the light. I've seen the light from day one. A lot of people in here have seen the light from day one. Right? But there's no reason to go into those spaces and jump on board with everybody else that says, oh, Trump's bought off by so-and-so and he's doing this for this country and he's doing this. That's because that's all bullshit. Okay. Show up with the freaking receipts for that shit, not some weird coincidences. Right. So when people show up with the freaking proof, you've got me and I'm listening. Right. I'll listen to the proof. But when people say that I just show up, or these other people, all these MAGA people are now showing up and seeing the light, we have seen the light. We voted for Trump because he said he was going to do these things. And when he doesn't do these things, we show up. That's what's happening right now. It's not, but don't lump this space or me or regular normal MAGA people into those other spaces that we see all the time. And those fucking psychos freaking, I'm not dropping the F-bombs. I shouldn't have done it. I ain't doing it no more. That's ridiculous. What I'm saying is, don't relate this group of people.
I wasn't relating this group.
Psychotic spaces.
Relating this group to anyone, and I didn't call anyone in here out by name or anything. You're getting upset when I didn't even do that. I didn't do that. I said there were a lot of MAGA supporters who back early on in the administration, when myself and other people
who I'm also not naming, had concerns that were legitimate, are still legitimate, and that got breezed off of. And then finally, some people come around and be like, "Oh, well, actually, that is a concern." After they were trash talked for so long, is just saying it's frustrating from a certain point of view, Mike.
But there's 5 people that are doing the trash talking. You can name all 5 of them.
I don't think I can name.
It's not a group of people. It's 5 people that go into spaces and they trash talk people. They're not trash talking people. They're going in there, and this is what they believe. They believe this, and they should be able to say what they believe. But it's not a group of people. It's like 5 or 6 people.
Okay, if you think it's 5 or 6 people, then it's 5 or 6 people.
But I can name the 5 or 6 people. You can't name 40 people.
Good.
Coyote, stop. What I'm saying is you can't name 40 people. You can name 5 or 6 people. We all know the same 5 or 6 people. But they're not, it's not, everybody's jumping on freaking MAGA right now as if MAGA is this freaking dirty term. I ain't off MAGA train, okay? Right now, there was 2 trains. I jumped on the MAGA train. I'm still on the MAGA train. I don't like the way that the conductor of the MAGA train is doing this bill. There's a lot of freaking things that are going on in this bill I don't like. And luckily, I'm in MAGA that I can actually say it out loud instead of being on that freaking Gay Harris balls train or whatever it was, and then not being able to say crap about it, right? It's very, very fortunate for people to be on the MAGA squad because you actually get to say what you want to do. You can't be on the other side and say it. So 5 or 6 people go around all these sites and they say that stuff. But it ain't me, it ain't a bunch of other people. And it ain't the psychotic spaces. Go ahead, Jen. Or I'm sorry, Des, go ahead. Des can go back to, she probably wants to rip me apart for something I said because I dropped it.
No, I don't have anything to say.
She doesn't like when I use the F-bombs. I don't either.
Well,
she's pissed.
So it's not just this bill, guys,
Kick her off the
right?
stage.
Like a couple weeks ago, I was raising the alarm in all kinds of spaces and literally getting laughed at over the Real ID Act, right? Like that's a huge problem. You guys are up here talking about like, oh, I don't want no digital ID, da 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 da. Where was everybody with the Real ID Act, right? Literally getting laughed at. Well, Jen, I already have a gold star. What do I give a shit about? Who cares if you have a gold star? They are literally creating the shit that you've been yelling about for years, and your response is, I already have a gold star. So this is like a progression of things. Like, and everybody knows I am the biggest Trump supporter here, but like I've been raising concerns over the past couple of weeks, like, hey guys, there's a little bit of something going on here because that Real ID Act should have never went into place, ever.
I agree with that, right? I mean, that I was clear that I agree with that, right? No comment. Hey, hell of a room. Good to see y'all coming out. Try the veal. It's fantastic.
Wait, you agree with what, Mike? Agree with the Real ID Act?
No, agree the fact that MAGA people have been voicing this stuff for a while. Yeah, whenever these little bumps come up, I've heard plenty of MAGA people all jump out and say, "Whoa." And then also, you know, when he goes over to the Middle East, say, look, it's one of the greatest rounds of freaking diplomacy and deal making that we've ever seen. Ever. Not just like, well, in the last decade, there's been ever. Right. So a lot of people, the same criticism can be made for everybody that, you know, I voted for Trump because he was the only candidate that I could vote for. You know, those people ought to come out and say it was one of the greatest deal making situations ever. They don't. I don't blame them for it, Mike, but it's fine. You know,
like I said earlier, we're doing Trump no favors by kissing his ass.
That's absolutely true.
We can look back from 2016 to 2020, how many times we have sat in spaces and gone over things that happened, and we were like, oh shit, we should have said something. Oh shit, we should have, you know, freaking threw up a flare or something. Why didn't we do anything? So like, I'm not going to be able to sit there in 4 years and say I should have said something because I'm just going to start saying everything about everything. I do support President Trump, but he hasn't walked on water lately. So like he deserves, when he's in the office of the presidency, that is the leader of the free world, you need to question every decision because it's not just him making decisions sometimes. And sometimes, like with Kash Patel, with Pam Bondi, okay, that's something else we need to start yelling about, right? Sometimes when we get loud and we start voicing that there's a problem, it gives Trump the runway to be like, hey, why am I getting tagged in all these posts about this thing? Why aren't you doing your job? It gives him the runway to be able to go out and say something about it without burning bridges left and right. So, like, we have a duty as the American people to voice our opinion when someone is wrong and not put up with something just because it's coming from our side.
Agreed.
I also wait real quick. I just want to say Maze pointed this out. So did Destiny. There are things in this bill that, if are allowed to be implemented, are never going away. Right. So, like, what this is not something where it's like, oh, okay, next year we'll just we'll come in, we'll fix this. If these AI regulations, in particular, solidify Google and Palantir and XAI and Scam Altman's fucking thing as like the AI companies of choice, that is, we don't get to undo that. We don't get to reopen that can. Like, their dominance over that field is cemented. And so, right, this isn't something where we have the luxury to be like, oh, okay, right? To be honest, it's not even deficit spending, which I hate. It's not all the same old, same old. There are things that are happening that, if are allowed to happen in this bill in particular, in its current form, that would be damn near irreversible. And all you have to look is what happens when one company uses regulators to stomp out the competition.
But we did all come out the moment. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene might not have, right? But the people on this space, the people that we know and they're running around in these spaces that we're in, the moment we saw the AI bill, we jumped all over it, right?
Yeah. So
I don't know about
again,
rants.
on this part, the thing that I just want to say, right? Like, this is an existential crisis, right? That there are things in this bill, and I Mays had, I believe, the appropriate level of like, what the ever loving fuck, like, this is really, really, like, bad. I think she had the right, like, level of appreciation for how dire this potential situation can be. And with that said, right, this is an area where I would encourage all of you to put the blinders on, right? Ignore the fucking haters, ignore the fucking, like, all of the slings and arrows coming from right? Like, I noticed, for example, K86943325, I have been getting more sense since I've been speaking out hard about this stuff. I've been seeing my reach go down, and I've seen the bot army activated to be like, why don't you, blah, 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 like it, right? Like, just all the same old stupid shit that they're deploying to try to, because they also realize that if they get this, we're never replacing them as the central power.
Can I ask you a question on that, Dustin? Honestly, with the bot thing, because I know what you're talking about. I think Maze does too with it. It's like I'm at the, what is it, 37 now. I move in like little increments of like 500s now, but it's like they got a different form of botting. A lot of the people on these fucking spaces and anyway, I was trying to see if you're experiencing the same thing. There's people that are outspoken about certain things, and like they tend to get a little targeted by a little bot army sometimes. So sounds to me like you fell victim to that as well.
Well, so and listen, maybe we need to go back over the source material again. What we uncovered in the Twitter files, and then the investigations that were branches off of the Twitter files, were full-blown psychological warfare operations being waged against people based on issues. And that was not, to my surprise, it was not confined to large accounts. Right? They are and this is why, right, it just, again, think about how nefarious this is. Now imagine the scale that they're trying to codify with this legislation, much like the Restrict Act, which is If you speak out against said issue, they will 100% deploy bots to call you stupid, to make you feel like you are in the minority, right? And if that doesn't work and you continue to speak out, with the Disarm Foundation and the Disarm Framework, we found they would go as far. They had a whole command segment as far as like actions taken. They would hack into your account. They would send incendiary messages to your contacts, then delete them from your side and give you access to your account back, so that all of these people on your network think that you sent some racist or crazy shit to them, and you have no idea it happened, just to like fuck with you mentally. So like now that was the old version. The bot networks, I'm becoming concerned because I don't even know. It's almost dead internet theory, which is I see so many obvious automated bots that respond to everything here. I feel like it's pushing out the real life engagement that we all came for. And I feel like Spaces is like the one lone place where we still get to do that. But fighting with them, they are bots, right? They cannot be reasoned with. You are not going to win them to your side. They were created with the sole purpose of knocking you off track, of distracting you from whatever mission you were on or spreading whatever message that you cared about. And so it's funny because everybody gives me a hard time because I have like 55 or 60,000 people or accounts blocked on this particular application. You have to put the blinders on and not, right? Like if you allow random input from people you don't actually know or have respect their opinions from, you are almost certainly, if you are touching any of a topic of import, you are almost certainly trying to be influenced by some of these bot networks and psychological warfare operations, and you have to tune them out and keep going. I think it's just important for us to remember and go back the level of which that they call it behavioral modification. That's their term, right? Their use of bots and shaming and right even likes like artificial boosting and shadow banning, all of that stuff is designed to modify your behavior to make you compliant with the new big brother super surveillance state that none of us want. So that's I hope people will realize that a lot of this stuff that we come at, right, I don't know. The good news is I have not spent a ton of time on here, so I don't know the specific dramas around a bunch of this different stuff. All I will say is that I have taught myself to take it like highly personally offensive with people who try to knock me off course when I'm doing something that I care about or that I think is like important. And I have also become angry with like if you want to see me get irate, people who try to manipulate you are bad people. And you should treat them as the right, like you need to go fucking full hostility when people try to maliciously
Like with
manipulate you through
strategy.
all of these
Yeah.
different means. Yeah.
Go ahead, Maze, jump in there. Maze love 14.
Don't be nice now, okay?
I'm not being nice to you.
Hold
Maze
on.
love
So
14.
So I thank you. I'm so like it's very refreshing. I know that Dustin and Jennifer have never been those people that I'm talking about, which is why I was excited to talk about it here in this space with you. And you're the one that made it about you, but that's okay. I love you anyway, even though I'm annoyed.
Your Wi-Fi is breaking up.
See what I have to deal with.
Hold on. So what I'm trying to say is that I think that we should definitely make this one of the biggest priorities as MAGA to speak out and to do whatever we can in a very coordinated effort to prevent this from happening and to also have other people wake up to it. And that's what I was trying to say. I was saying it for the audience because we have a lot of mutuals with the psychotic people that you were mentioning. And I didn't say it. I'm just agreeing that, yeah. Anyway, my point is that I want, there's there's just there's a time where like there is no kind of gray area to just chill in for a minute. I mean, it's and that time is now when it comes to this. Now, the last thing I just am very curious about, I think Rance is up here. He has a lot of information on it, more that he gained the past couple of days. But around these the carbon management is very important, guys, because when it comes to this federal eminent domain and how it works, it's like it extends federal authority over the routing and eminent domain for carbon dioxide, oil, and hydrogen pipeline projects. So this allows federally approved pipeline projects, which many are going to be funded by the Inflation Reduction Act in 22 states, I believe it's 22 states. And if they conflict with the state laws or the landowner objections, effectively overriding the state level restrictions. This is like really a big deal. I want you guys to know that there's a Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and they're the ones that have been expanded all of the authority over this. And now that includes the eminent domain powers. So if you didn't see that in the bill, I'm the alarm. I'm raising awareness. And maybe we can give it to Rance to kind of break it down a little bit, but I would love to get you guys' thoughts on it. I think this is a development that's very important. Stop it.
Who'd you say? Coyote, stop. Go ahead, Mace, finish up.
That was it. I was just going to see if Rance, did you want to share what you know real quick, and then we can get their take on it.
Yeah, that's cool, Mike.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, go ahead, jump in there, brother. Jill,
Hey,
I'll
thanks
get to
for,
you
first
guys
off,
in just a
thanks,
second.
Destiny, Network, Mike, Maze, Jennifer, John, Yodi, Dustin, all of you guys that put up with my bullshit. You know what I mean? Because sometimes I just go on some rants, but I've been doing a lot of cool things this week. I've been attending the Arctic Sustainable Energy Conference. We had 3 secretaries up there. We had the Secretary of State, Secretary of Energy, the Secretary of Interior was up here, and the EPA director. So I got to see those guys yesterday, and I got to listen to them talk for 6 hours yesterday, and then I spent the last 4 hours of yesterday listening to different energy policies and projects, and just going from seminar to seminar. And it's really cool when you go into these seminars and you're kind of an outsider, just looking in, and you realize that everything that they're pushing in these energy conferences is fascism and Marxism. Okay. I heard all day about all the shareholders, the stakeholders that are the more important, issue of solving our American energy crisis. Okay. And one, I think that, if we're going to talk MAGA, we need to rebrand MAGA. I don't want to make America great again. I want to make Americans great again. Okay. Because I think there's a huge difference. And when we're talking about the context, this is what this bill does. This bill is misconstruing the context, and none of us are picking up on it. And when I say that, we're not looking at the time frames. When we want to talk about all the, I'm going to go way back, Mike, when you were running through your list of all the pros of the big, beautiful bill. I liked almost all of them, right? But a lot of those that you were talking about, we need to put context in. One, if we want to talk about taxes and we want to talk about tax breaks and stuff, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the concept that in 2 years as a voter, all of your overtime and your taxes go away, right? They said that in committee 3 times, that this was only getting put into the bill as a political stunt to hopefully get more voters to turn out in 2028. That's a quote unquote. You guys can go back and look at it. 3 different congressmen came up and stated that in committee while they were talking about the big, beautiful bill. So if we want to, add context in it, it's not something they're doing for us. They're doing it for them. They're doing it so we show up to vote, right? And so I kind of feel like that's a slap in the face to Americans, right? But it's going to make America great, right? So win-win. The border wall issue with that stuff, right? They don't need a border wall. Anybody find me anything about a border wall or money we're putting towards a border wall or anything like that? Because I hear us, going towards a digital biometric, border wall. So they don't really need a border wall. They can just catch you with a photo on a drone.
I'm willing to debate on
Okay,
that
yeah,
at a future time.
I'd love to dive into that because I was just, going down a rabbit hole. But the more important parts of this bill is the eminent domain and the energy structure and AI. Okay, I didn't catch this until today in a seminar. Okay, when the director of the Department of Transportation up here in Alaska and the AI tech guy that was up here, they were doing a conference summit. a little conference meeting side room, and I was in there listening to them, and they were about explaining how they're trying to merge and finance these together, and they have to do two things. One, AI cannot work without energy. Energy needs something to get spent on. So in their mind, in the energy sector, America is moving towards eminent domain and unregulated AI, is so that they can merge energy sector and the AI tech sector together into one entity. That's what they're trying to create right now. Okay. And as far as you getting any of that energy, that never got talked about today. They never talked about how to improve the energy grids and make America more energy and America more affordable energy and cheaper energy. That never got said one time in the last 2 days of conferences, 12 hours a day. Not one fucking word was said about making Americans energy independent. Okay. It was about how much money we could sell and push out overseas, Japan, China.
Hey, Rance, real quick, just a quick
Yes,
question.
sir.
You would think that if they're going to, because Trump's even said, we're going to need so much energy, it's just going to be like off the charts, right? And you would think that if they're able to just flip the switch, like you're saying, they didn't talk about, right, for the American people, but if they're able to flip the switch to be able to produce that much energy, why can't they flip the switch, or why haven't they been able to flip the switch for the American people
Control.
in order
And
to?
it comes down to carbon control.
Yeah.
100%. This is how it goes down. Those who control the money control the government. Those who control the food control the people. Those who control the energy control your freedom. Right? I say that all the time, and that's really
Is this
important.
that carbon capture shit?
Yeah, we're talking carbon capturing, Yotes. You know, we're going to get back on the CO2. It's something you need. Plants crave, you know, it's everywhere on the planet. We're all part of this system of carbon. And that's exactly what they're moving us forward to. Okay. And the reason why they need to put 10 years, okay, context, right? Why do they put 10 years of starting different projects, or 10 years before this gets started, or 10 years before this? It's because they want to grandfather everything in. The more stuff that they can get built at the ground level and build the foundation for this digital prison, this carbon credit control system, this monopolized energy for AI. And when I'm talking monopolized, they're talking all day today about how they need to build coal plants for AI data centers. They need to build LNG plants for AI data centers. They need to build nuclear plants for what? AI data centers. American people never got brought up once. They never talked about Alaska and how we can improve and make our energy cheaper. I heard today about they're just going to let it increase up to 300% in utility costs. And what? Oh shit! I've been saying that for fucking years now. I'm sorry, Mike. I've been saying that for years, that our energy costs are going to skyrocket. And now you have proof, because they're saying this in public forum now, that yeah, there's nothing we can do about it. We're going to need to rely on, Alaska is going to have to rely on foreign energy to power our state, because they're going to build $2 trillion worth of investments in building projects up here to unleash Alaska. They're going to
What type of foreign energy? Like who? Like what
we're going to
country
be
specific?
buying LNG from Japan at market rate price. Okay. And where does LNG get, Japan get their LNG from? Because they don't have any natural resources. All right. Everything from Japan gets shipped in. They're like the third party broker of energy on the planet. Okay. So
I get it.
right. And so Japan's going to be feeding Alaska. Our rates are going to go up probably to 40 to 55 cents a kilowatt, which is crazy if you know how much kilowatts are. And then they're going to be building mass energy facilities around America, okay, to power AI centers. And what they're doing is they want to be able to take the eminent domain and the power away from the state. So instead of your state getting what we call a first take, low cost, long-term contract, okay, that guarantees that your state is going to receive something off the benefits of them allowing taxpayers to build these plants, okay? All of these energy plants are getting subsidized by us. We are paying for the construction of a private entity's AI, and that would be Palantir. Okay. So not only are our taxes funding these companies, all right, your taxes are now going to be funded to start the infrastructure up for power facilities that you don't get to use the power on. All right.
Where's Palantir's headquarters at?
Oh, I have no idea, man. Get out of here.
What? But let him finish what he's saying, Coyote. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Because it's that privatization shit is another thing that is happening on a large scale. Like everything that is getting decentralized, if you will. Like we were riding the pendulum swing because it's getting rid of the bureaucracy that we hated. But I think that, the public-private partnerships that we also don't want is now kind of taking shape beyond what I would have imagined before. But go ahead, Rance.
That's in Denver, Colorado.
My dogs are barking. Sorry. So when we look at the 10-year moratorium that we're going to be stuck on states are going to have zero power to act, whether they want to, act on their energy or on the future of AI, which is going to be the future of our country. And so if you look at everything else in the bill, I could take it or leave it. All right. But those two things have to go. They cannot be in there because we're giving, and this isn't just a Republican or Democrat thing. When Trump leaves office, whoever gets the next presidency is going to be able to have these same powers. Okay. We just literally neutered the states from having any protections or ways to fight back against federal overreach. And that's my only problem is the overreach of the federal government is never going to go away after this.
We need to call our senators and make sure that we keep the separation of powers for that at the state level.
And so that I'd land my plane there. I got a lot more. I could go into a bunch of detail on how they're going to bring nuclear and hydrogen and stuff like that on the market. But actually, can I do a brain tease real quick? Does anybody know what a carbon credit is? Can I get a raise of hands on how many people know what a carbon credit is? A hydrogen credit, right? You guys know what this? You guys heard about these? Okay. What if I told
Lots
you
of hands, yeah.
that in the entire of thousands of people that I talked to today, only about 5 even knew what credits were. Okay, so we have people in the energy section that are pushing renewables and pushing all of these different, picks and shovel companies for all these things, and they don't even know what they're pushing. They don't even know what they're fighting for because there's only about 400 people on the planet that trade carbon credits. And so it's kind of crazy that I went to an energy summit, okay, and nobody there knows or sells or pushes carbon credits. So just a brain scratcher there on how more people in this room know about carbon credits than the actual people that are building out and pushing the industry standards for what decarbonization is. So,
Rance, if you had any idea how many Texas legislators co-authored the freaking Bitcoin bill here in Texas and had no idea what it was. They have no idea how it works. They have no idea the concept of what Bitcoin is. And they literally co-authored it.
Oh,
and I don't mean that in a bad way because a lot of people don't, you sign on to it and stuff like, and they had good, advice, I'd like to say personally, but education is the exact same way.
Rance, one question. I want to ask Rance one question if it's okay.
Go ahead.
Do you believe in the rally, Rance, like the rally that's coming on in June?
The Texas rally?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. I believe anybody that could go out, stand out, and protest should go protest. Whether you got a permit or not, man, if you get enough people of like mind that see a problem that want to act up, go stand up and speak up, man. Go stand outside of your congressman's house. Go, whatever. I don't even care. Stand up, speak out, shout your truth. And that's what America's here for, man. That's why we have protests and the freedom of speech.
Amen. Let's get to a couple of these hands real fast. And then if you guys have any questions for Rance, go ahead and jump in there. Rance, that was great. Great information. And I agree with you. And by the way, the list that I read earlier that was what people are generally that's what they're saying, that this is what is the good part of the bill. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying that it does all those things. I'm saying that these were just talking points, and I put them up in the nest as well. So you should be able to see what just the general talking points on both sides.
I have another saying for that too. I'm like, they're giving us all these little pieces of candy while they're turning around and they're seizing the sugar plantations.
Right. That makes sense. That's why I like analogies. I think analogies work well. I think they ought to use for carbon credits. They ought to use it like it's a freaking hall pass for a married person, right? If you can just go this long without, and be faithful, then all of a sudden you get a hall pass, right? And all of a sudden people now are trading these freaking hall passes. So I don't know. It's if you explain it to somebody in a way that I think the carbon credit, I think carbon credits are a terrible, absolutely root base level, absolute scam, horrible incentive for people. Because I do good, I get to go do a lot of bad for free. It makes perfect sense. It's just a politically perfect scenario. I'm not going to go off on a rant on that. I see Maze's hand up.
No, wait. Jill has been waiting for so long. You asked in DMs if I could take over, so you go do what you need to. Let me take over. Yes,
I don't need a woman to take over.
It's okay, you do, but, and I'm gonna let the best one of them all, Jill. Please go before you wait so long that
Jill,
Mike
welcome
has
to the
an
stage. You want to go ahead and speak now, Jill? Go ahead. I'll let you.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I actually raised my hand when we were talking about data privacy. So if you don't want me to shift in that direction,
no, absolutely. That's under the umbrella. Oh, sorry,
But
Destiny.
I think it's something like I heard a few people just say, "Hey, my data is already out there. It's on the dark web. Who cares?" And I think that we have to care about our data privacy, and I think that's one of the top things with this AI portion, because there are so many things that can be done with this. Currently, we have some relatively weak anonymity in the data that is collected on us. This would eliminate that. Palantir would have access to where we go, what we eat, where we shop, where we slow down our car, where we speed it up, all of those things. And that can be completely connected to our access to healthcare, our access to travel, our access to what we see online. If you go back and you listen to some of these tech bros from 10, 15, whatever years ago, when they're doing interviews on their dreams for the future and what technology could do for us, all of them talk about predictive policing. And that should terrify all of us. And so those are important. It's not just your social security number, your address, and your phone number when we're talking about data. It's everything that your Apple Watch collects. What if your healthcare is more expensive because you don't take 10,000 steps a day? What if your 23andMe results said that you were predisposed to some kind of cancer, so you get that body part removed or you can't have health insurance?
What's a good solution?
Those are some things that are potentially, and also like some old dreaming about what, the future of technology, talk a lot about oh gosh, what do they call them? Digital peace chambers. So if we're all fed the things that we agree with, nobody has any reason to fight. If we're all surrounded by like minds, then we all get along. And we really need to think about, if we start that ball now and we don't question it, there's a problem. But that's all I have to say. I can think of a whole list of reasons, ways that this could go wrong, but a lot of them go down some rabbit holes that even I think, oh, that'd never happen. But look at targeted propaganda, like just manipulation of advertising. There are so many things that you would not be able to defend your own reptile brain against some of the tactics to manipulate you if somebody had access to all of your voicemails, all of your texts, all of your driving patterns, and your biometric data. Just saying. Thank you.
And think how much easier it will be for the Clintons to just murder more and more people. I say that because,
who decides who the bad guy is? Like, Jill said these 70 over the last year. Jill said these things that all align with this algorithm, saying she's likely to strangle someone, which could possibly happen. And some robot tranquilizes me.
That could happen.
Who decides who the bad guys are?
That's the problem. And the context I always put that whole surveillance apparatus into is like when people try to usher me in with all the positive sides. And by the way, Brian, if you're still up here, you're next, so don't go anywhere. And then Mason got you after that.
Because when you listen to those guys talk about, they're like, imagine a neighborhood where you never had to lock your door.
Right?
Or be concerned about anyone breaking in.
I'm sure they said the same thing about a lot of horrible things.
Trapped within those boundaries of Pleasantville, and you can never get out.
Exactly. And they always have these great things, but they never ask what the consequences could be. They never do that. They're always so happy to talk about, they could streamline, Grok can be your doctor and it'll diagnose you and we don't have to have backups in hospitals. And it's like, but think about what AI can do. It's not everything it can do good is everything also it can do bad. And that's just the reality, you know. It's going to make everything easier for pedophiles, for criminals, for your family, it'll make everything easier, but should it necessarily be easier? Because the cost of easier for all populations might not be worth it. You know what I mean? It might not be worth it in this term.
And do we trust the intention of these technocrats that they have our best interest, or that they even understand how we live? That they even understand how we function in the day? I don't believe that many of these, you know, people even live in the same, you know, realm as I do, but we can't I don't trust them to have my best interest in mind.
You shouldn't
For
trust
God's
them.
sake,
You shouldn't.
our own elected representatives don't even read the fucking bills they vote for.
That was like
I
the
got
first
one
thing
thing.
I
Hey,
said too.
I don't trust one thing. Hey, somebody down there in the fuck, you know who you are in the comments. This is not a bunch of feminism up here. All right, so chill the fuck out on this shit, bro. You know who you are. Anyway, get over your little bullshit self or whatever. Yeah.
Unnecessary. But thank you, Coyote. I saw Dustin come off mic. What's up, Dustin?
Yeah, just real quick to Jill's point. So David Sachs, and I've heard this from a bunch of these guys in Silicon Valley and Washington D.C. Right? Like I get to operate on like some of the cool shit in this space. Like, but there is a level of elitism, right, to what they call flyover country. That's like all of us, and this AI doomer tag for anybody who dares question what they're doing with AI is so much like every other, like it's just like the racist psyop or calling everybody an anti-Semite. Like, right? It is
Descent
designed
suppression.
Or
Descent
anti-Trump, just because you disagree on something.
But they've started to label everybody who questions, you know, the AI utopia that our great tech lords are building for us as a doomer. And like, to me, that reeks of the kind of like elite. And I think Jill said it best. These people don't even, they can't even imagine how the rest of us live. Right. And they've been raised up in these elite circles in Silicon Valley and DC and in the Ivy League to think that they're so far better than everybody else. And I can tell you this, they're all fucking miserable. You know how many happy people I know at the tops, like, right, like who went through all of the public brainwashing and are perfect little cogs in the stupid little machine? They're all fucking miserable. And so but AI if you hear somebody say that, smack them. Right? Like, you know, maybe literally or figuratively, depending on what it is. But I will add this. One of the things that I'm also deeply concerned about from an organizing perspective, and I've heard lots of you guys make the calls to be like, this is a restrict act like moment where we all need to rally and stop this thing. I'm very concerned because a lot of the tech that we're talking about, that we're worried about, is already implemented.
100%.
And they are and they are dramatically curbing. They make us think that we're able to talk to as many people like who happen to come across or see what we do, but they have contained us in our own little like they call them containers.
Chambers.
Right?
Yeah. Some of them call them chambers.
Right. And maybe that's 10,000 people or 15,000 people, but like they're not letting us break through on this app or any other app. So like any resistance that is built on social media now, I believe is like kind of doomed to fail. And there has to be other organizing effort, right? Like we have I've been preaching this like literally the whole time I've been in politics, right? But we have to start constructing our own infrastructure because a lot of this stuff that we're trying to push back, like we said with the Restrict Act, this is them trying to codify illegal shit that they've already done and pass laws retroactively that says, actually, it's okay that we, you know, violated people's rights in this way, and that we've monopolized power, that we've implemented this level of surveillance, all of that shit. This is them in a lot of ways not saying this is where we think we're going. This is an admission. This is what we've been doing, and we'd really like to have a law that says it's okay now.
100%. I couldn't agree more. This is a cover-up job. This is a cover-up and security job for the elites, and we can't let them get away with it. Point blank. John, I know you've been waiting a lifetime too. Maze, Maze, if you have something to say,
Just
go ahead,
very
because I did say
quickly,
you could go first.
I just wanted to put it, and then I put it in the nest. The Jeffrey Epstein invested with Peter Thiel, and could that be the reason why we haven't seen the Epstein files with all?
Yeah,
this
Doc
shit
posted that today too. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just
it's
wanted
true.
to
I knew Destiny would choose Maze over me first. Anyways,
Well, it's
go
not
ahead.
you next. Anyways, it's John.
Thanks, Des. I just want to give a perspective too of the foreign aspect to this, because a lot of the things that have been talked about are internal. I put a couple things in the chat and one up in the nest. So if you think of domains, and Ramp brought this up about eminent domain, think of the tech ownership in the hierarchy that stands there, and how that applies to everybody in this room specifically right now, in regarding to what Jill brought up, Maze brought up, Chris brought up, you guys brought up before about, driving, even the license, the gold star, everything. Why is it that when you get pulled over or something, something comes up and all of a sudden your social security number is popping up too? Why on earth would anybody have that access on the road, dealing with your private data, right? And if you think about it from an ownership perspective, it is foreign interference. And if you look up in the nest, I just have in there, top level domains, which is domain like .com, .org, .net, so on and so forth. What is .ai? Well, .ai is the domain name that was created as a country code domain for Anguilla, a small, only 35 square mile British territory in the Eastern Caribbean. Holy shit. If you step back for a minute and think about what that actually means, that means who owns .ai? It's a British territory. So anything with the domain .ai is foreignly owned. And if AI is part of that, it's foreign. Right here in America, on our land and soil. Foreign ownership and control. So even this bill itself and that part of AI, this is what needs to be critiqued. What foreign controlled interest now has a part of our not only daily lives, once again, think of terms of service, ownership, control, and going back to what I said about what Chris mentioned, it's like it's easy to jump on that. Oh, I'm going to use, Grok, for instance, to write up this bill. Well, who's the author of the bill? Think about Grok when the images started coming out before they started using watermarks. Think about it. Who owns Grok? It's XAI. So X.ai is the top level domain extension, which is technically foreign in ownership, even though Elon or a couple other people may have ownership over that name. They don't own the .ai extension. So I really wanted to add that because I've been screaming about Peter Thiel and Sam I Am and all of these clowns who are part of ChatGPT and the WorldCoin and how that ties into Sweden, which once again, foreign interference with all of these things. And it's such an important aspect that once again, if we don't start thinking about these things now, it's like you guys just mentioned, it's consent that we're giving now by allowing what's already being done and what's already implemented to take place and now be put into law. So here we go again, the roller coaster of everything we fought for over the last 5 to 10 years is all going to be for nothing because we're giving back, ownership and control and interest to foreign entities. So anyways, I'll wrap it up there, but thanks for bringing me up.
Quick question, not to you directly, John, but did Brian, did you have your hand up and did you speak? Because I swear I saw it up and I don't see it up, and I would have been mad at myself if I somehow missed it. But if you wanted to go right ahead, and Coyote, I got you right after that.
Well, well, thank you, Miss Lady, lovely, Miss Destiny. Thank you for the mic a minute. Yes, my hand was up, but I figured I'd wait and let y'all go ahead and circle around through everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, if you're enjoying the space, the talk that is being provided to you, make sure that you do the host a solid. Mike Mac. Do share the space, like it. Do the thing that you do on the other side and the purple peel. You can touch it. Use your fillers. Anyway. I'd like, and every one of you, please, that's here on stage, Dustin, Stockton, Mays, Love, every one of you sit still. I'm going to brag on you guys for just a moment because, I've begged many times, Mike, even you, sir, to get on your stages, right, to even talk about Palantir 2 years ago, for 2 years, and to my surprise, you can imagine how relieved I was to hear in Maze's space just the other day, some guy talking about how they broke the story on Palantir 3 months ago, exposed them. I threw my hands up, I'm done. I wouldn't dare request a mic in those spaces, but I did want to say about that, I've been watching that for a long time now and watching this evolve, and I've been trying to talk about it, even in the Punch Bowl, several spaces, and I've been put out of them or shut down, stopped about talking about that because they said that I know where this is going. So whether everybody's on the same page or not, when I was put off, when I couldn't turn to anyone else, any of other y'all to talk about it, I had to turn to the Swedish space that was giving history lessons, and when I introduced myself to several of them, Mr. Mott and Miss Selena Luna and a few others, I speak a little Swedish and a little German anyway, but I talked to them for a little bit and they knew exactly what I was talking about. They have a whole plan, a playbook there. And it's real interesting that people aren't paying attention to the medical tyranny that's being suggested and laid out. And as big as he is, Mr. Peter Thiel and Palantir, Clarium Capital, you hit a nail on the head there. But let me expose something to you that nobody I tried to mention about one big avenue that they gained, and I tried to stop it. It was 15 years ago, I guess. But anyway, just push. I'm gonna be quick about this. I didn't want to rant too long. I love you guys, and I want to hear you all tell about it and talk about it. Your stages, and I love them. So, Mr. Peter Thiel got into Pilot and Palm Pilot and every manufacturing warehouse across the United States by the means of access of being able to, with the Palm Pilot, they done all by Bluetooth. They literally changed manufacturing and shipping in the places of dispensing it, right? The biggest hubs where they fill stock. That wasn't the only avenue though. Children, gaming, I watched the women at the bank for 10 years or better promote the cards suggested, even the banks run the scam for them, right? The automated accounts, let's call it that, for auto draft and PayPal, all of them, right? So even the banks promote. I knew a lot of them that bought into it right away, but knowing who those players were, Luke Nasek and but they're not going to call names right now, but just to be quick about this, been trying to talk about it and get someone to hear me and hear some of the things about it. Their biggest tie was Jim O'Neill, Mr. the Lord Baron, his partner that founded the Thrill Capital for Peter Thiel and Thiel Fellowship and several others he was kind of big in with him. And but that would be the Lord Baron Terrence James O'Neill. And he took his place as the head of House of Lords, and anyway, in the Reichstag. I'm trying to be quick about it. I know it's a lot. I'm sorry. I didn't want to talk too much or too long. I know you'll get upset about that, but listen, to be honest, this Regeneron project, the eugenics projects that have been switched over to rejuvenation projects, and the Nexus Corporation, and Neuralink, and Palantir, and the medical properties lines, and we're fixing to watch. I'm going to stop here. I'm landing right here. Medicare slapped Medicaid on the wrist and said, we need more from you. A $4.5 billion industry, the private side, they want to see tripled. Can you imagine a $1.5 trillion emerging industry? Oh boy. Hey, I love each and every one of y'all. And you are, to the other guy that was talking about the carbon credits, perk your face up and smile when you look in the mirror. You are a carbon credit. Blood is already on the list of those things, and you are one. So you're an asset. And how much is your carbon credit worth, friend? Good day.
Thank you, Brian. I still think you need to get into professional ebook reading because you've got a voice for it. I just know it. And shame on anyone who kicked you out of Spaces and not heard that mellifluous sound. Crazy. Thank you again. Cody, I know you wanted to go. And then we have 2 new speakers, and then we're going to probably be closing it up. Mike, what do you say? It's 9:39 here. What time did you want to, because I know you wanted to do your after Space. So I don't know, Mike, maybe be away. Oh.
Yeah, no, we can just kind of let it play out, and you're pretty good at how we do this. So go ahead, Des.
This house does. Oh, is it your my girl? I'm sorry.
No, you're going. Go ahead, Coyote.
I don't want to get yelled at again. I yelled at twice. Anyway.
Damn it, Coyote! Oh,
I'm like the kid in the corner. No, I'm just playing. So yeah, you got the subspace coming up. I think it'd be more appropriate to X-nay out of that because we've had a long. It was a bunch of like good short dialogue, and you know what I'm saying, like all this other good shit, good conversation, rants. I don't know where he went. There's a lot of big hitters on here, like Miss No Filter Jennifer. A lot of good shit. It's been a great space, and it's been a long time since you started this. So commend you on that, and good to see you again, Dustin, as well. But yeah, I will commence to the subspace, which is I think you said $1.25, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I believe it was 99 cents, Coyote. I believe it was 99 cents. Remember?
I thought it was 50 cents, and then it was another 49 cents after tax rebate, right? So it's 99
it's
total.
A little bit, but it adds up to around 99 cents. Yeah, they round up to $1, so just look at it like that.
Yeah. So for this one person that maybe have subbed you just then, that made the world of difference for that $1 now, but I love it. Honestly, yeah, we'll go with that. But I don't know what other things that people had, because I know Destiny and I can get on here for some conspiracy theories, like real deep right now, because it's that time of the year. It's finna crank up the volume. All right. Anyway, what?
I'll take this as obviously a sign to be like, hey guys, did you see my latest conspiracy theory? Like, you should check it out.
Well, Mark said he's got to listen to you more. Remember, he said it was recorded.
Oh my God, I'm so glad you reminded me of that. He did say that, and that is such an eloquent point. Thank you, Coyote. That was really beneficial for the room to know, and you just bring such good information.
Why don't we go ahead and get some of these hands? We have those people in the audience there. Yeah.
Yeah. No, Tom was. Go ahead, Tom, and then I think it's Stephanie. And that's the only hands I see. I'll refresh the screen though. But go ahead, Tom.
Hey, thanks so much. Great to be in the space. It's great to see Dustin. I hope that there's some justice coming your way as far as the debanking and stuff. It'd be nice to kind of see some of that stuff come to light, and some people face some real hard time for that. I have a huge issue with a lot of the stuff that Grant from Alaska was talking about. I know he's not here. Well, maybe we could have a space sometime we could talk about it, but carbon credits are of no consequence or value unless you have a mandated reduction of carbon, and then it's just like you were saying, Mike, it's kind of that stupid way you can say you can plunk money down and then go emit all the carbon you want. And if we're deciding, which, you know, we'd like to think we have a little bit of say on what we're going to do as a country, if we're saying carbon is not a problem, then a carbon credit is, it's like it's like a meme coin that doesn't have any value, basically. So energy is a really important thing, and it's not, you know, nobody's withholding free energy underneath the table and not wanting to give it to us. There's some real infrastructure that it takes to make it happen. And just think about, like, what does it take to move something? What does it take to heat something? What does it take to cool something? And we have all our conventional ways. There's a lot of energy locked up in a molecule. You know, and if fusion actually comes into play sometime, that would be a pretty powerful thing. But I just don't think there's any reason to kind of chase around the block with all these weird ideas. I've been in the energy industry for almost 40 years, and I'm right in the middle of all these nonsense environmentalists thinking we can do 100% renewable and trying to push back on that. But it seems like they're still getting a lot of say. And so anyway,
You don't believe in carbon credits?
I believe they're there, but I don't believe they're like the huge threat or some sort of hail cloud that's going to come over or something that's going to threaten us. Or it's just, if someone wants to be stupid with them, then be stupid. But I just don't see any threat to.
Well, I heard Tipper
anything.
on that whole shit. Ticker OXY, and not financial advice ever, has been one of my favorites, and as it is still priced. Great dividends, good company. Oxy. Anyway, that's not any kind of financial shit, but that is something to look at, especially for Houston, Texas people, because they will be able to dig into the financials perfectly. Anyway, bro, I'm sorry I interrupted right there because Stephanie is already like DMing me hate shit again. I'm sorry, Stephanie.
Never, Coyote. Poor Coyote, I can tell when you've had a day where your mind is blown with all these different like truths and things. You start to sound like you're about to fall asleep, and then I can tell you probably hit like the bong maybe a couple times, which is fine. But I can tell you've had like enough of your mind blown today. But I came in to say
Never.
something about. I came
I
in
can still go on.
I'm not knocking you. Did you just mention? Oh, and I had to say hey to Joel too. Did you just mention Oxy? Like Oxy, like the oil and gas company?
Yes.
Okay, good. No, because I am, and I'm in the LNG industry, and I came up to say something about something else, but I'll say this. As far as like all these renewables and things like that, they're great, but they're great supplemental. Um, we have so much natural gas, and we're ramping up like crazy right now. But as far as like nuclear, it is going to take 10 years for us to get any of those online. Number one, because the turbines that are needed to make those are on back order for like a couple of years. And two, it needs a shit ton of cold water, not even just like water, cold water to cool those to make them run. Okay. So like I don't even think the Gulf of Mexico, from what I understand, is cool enough. So I'm just because I already paid my 99 cents, so I'm going to go into the after space to finish these conversations. But this is what I want to say about the whole data thing. Anybody who hasn't ever watched Black Mirror, and I know it's a fictional show, but it's almost like the Simpsons or not the Simpsons, but yeah, Simpsons are also fictional, but everything they say kind of comes true. If you ever watch Black Mirror, you can see a lot of similarities in like future tech and how it's designed for good, but how it can end up doing bad things or being bad. And it's very, very, I don't know. It's like, it's almost like watching the future in some of these. And it's like you can see how close we are to some of these scenarios. So that's all I wanted to
It's
say.
kind of racist, though, if you think about it.
I mean, why do you want to say that to me? Why do you want to call me out like that?
I'm just saying.
Coyote. So I'll see y'all in the after space, but I want to throw that out there because Black Mirror, just every time I watch one of the episodes, especially some of the older ones where they seem so far out, but it's like, oh my God, we're almost there, just interesting. But anyway, see y'all later.
I need to lower my price, Mike, because fucking I can't get nobody. You're the only you're the hot Texans sub right now. No, don't lower the price. It's bad. Keep it. Yeah. I don't know.
99 cents. Yeah, come on, you can do that.
No, I've subscribed to him. I'm a lifetime subscriber. I bought the golden ticket at the Wonka factory for this, so I get to go places other people don't. Anyway, but yeah, Stephanie, Texas forever.
Right on.
Mike, Destiny gonna do that thing?
I'm waiting on Mike here. Mike, we have no hand.
Is he taking a
Dusty's
dump?
outside again. Dusty's outside of here. Crickets.
Might
I
be
am
using the
outside again. I
restroom.
can't help it. I love it. I love my frogs and my crickets and my rabbits and my possums.
I love your
I
crickets
thought the
too.
crickets were for comedic effect.
What was that, Dustin?
Sorry, the space crashed. I had to reconnect.
I thought the crickets were for comedic effect since Mike's nowhere to be found.
Oh,
Y'all can't hear me?
I brought for that.
Yeah, I can hear you, Mike.
Oh, okay.
I don't know about Destiny, though.
That's all right.
I love Destiny's crickets. They like soothe me, so I like them.
It's part of your night, huh?
Go ahead, Des. You're in control.
Oh, well, we have Jennifer requesting. I want to get Jennifer up here real quick, and Tina, and then those last two people I'm going to let up, and then we're going to probably close out after we let these two magnificent people go ahead and speak. Jennifer, nice to see you again.
Good to see you, Destiny, Mike, everyone. Dustin, it's been a while. Jen, everybody in here. I hope you all don't mind Mike and Destiny. If I just give another quick pitch here for what we're fighting with these school-based health centers. We, just for anyone that may not know, are fighting this school-based health center in Maine. And we have had so much support from people in this space, from Mike, Destiny, American Mission, Jen, Dustin, everybody, and we super appreciate it. We've been fighting it for 6 months now because, as you know, the left is, they're just relentless. So the only way to fight that is for us to also be relentless. And so these school-based health centers allow minors to obtain all medical procedures, even vaccines, transgender medications, hormone blockers, abortion pills within the school system, or referrals out to get these processes done without parental consent. And I'm just putting that out there for anybody that doesn't know. And so tomorrow, they are once again, this school district is they have it on the agenda again. And so because of people like you, we have been able to flood this school district, the school board members, for the past 6 months with emails. We have, I think, pretty much perfected the system of making it easy for you. Mike, if it's okay, I can put it up in the nest, but I did put it in the purple pill. The link to do this from our organization, Courage is a Habit. It literally, I think Michael was last night in a space and he did it while we were talking. He said it took him 30 seconds. So if everyone would just take 30 seconds, I just put out a video explaining that, this will take you, and I think I said a minute, but you could save thousands of children from obtaining lifelong medical procedures or services, and protecting parental rights. You could help us get that done within 1 minute. And, I can't really think of anything better than to take a minute and help us stop this. And I just want to also say, we're really focused on this school district because if we put our focus on all of the schools that are doing this in the country, we're going to be spread so thin that we're not going to be able to make this difference. So this district actually came on our radar in November, and we focused on them. And with the help of American Mission and everyone, we got them to keep punting it. They just keep putting it on the agenda. And so what we're really also trying to do is, if you don't live in Maine, you can still help us. And we really would appreciate it because we're trying to set a precedent and build a model for how to stop these centers from going in, and also start to roll them back from where they have been implemented. I did a little research today, and so these are in all 50 states. Even in Florida, they already have 36 school-based health centers. So I use Florida because everyone thinks that's a super red, very safe state, but it's there as well. And we would really appreciate if everyone would take the time to just send that quick email and help us put pressure on it, and we can keep everyone updated tomorrow when they have their board meeting. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Jennifer. And I'm glad that you're getting the word out. You always have seeming to be on the most active, and usually for the kids too. And I just want to say thank you. I don't have kids, but I want a world with kids, and I want kids myself. So protecting them is the most important, and it's important that we
You said
touch
you want to
base
have
with them.
kids?
Yes, of course.
Absolutely. Well, yeah. And can I just say, like, even if you don't have children, right? I mean, we're talking about the future of this country, that, you may have grandchildren one day, you may have nieces and nephews, and we just have to protect them. So yeah, I agree. Thank you, Destiny.
We could, Destiny. You're here. That's possible.
Thanks, Coyote. Tino, the sunshine on the feed every day. How are you doing?
Hey, Des, Mike, and friends, Dustin, Coyote, Jennifer. Great space. Sorry, I was in and out. I just want to say first, as far as Trump, let me get the title out the way. The Trump versus Elon. I think I want neither. I want to know who's going to actually benefit us the most. And yeah, I'm not a fan of this bill spending $12 trillion, or I'm sorry, extending the $12 trillion spending budget limit that we have. And I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because it does matter, but for us, we don't feel the effects until later, of course. And I was also listening to Brian before speak about like Neuralink and all these programs that, sound like a good thing, but at the end of the day, um, it's just more control over people's bodies. And as far as the children, I do agree, Jennifer, the children are the most important part. Without them, we don't have a future, so they are the future. I don't have kids myself, too. I would like to have them someday, but, that's God's choice, not mine. And, people who push people saying, hey, you should have kids one day, or why are you not having kids? It's honestly a disrespectful thing because not everyone can have kids, and, in a world where birth population is actually going down, birth rates are going down, having a child is more precious than ever now. And we must protect these babies, whether they're not even born yet, unborn. We must protect the children because this is the most important thing. You protect the children, you protect the future, and that's the truth. But anyways, I'm sure Destiny, you heard today about Hippy Dippy. I don't want to change. I'm sure you guys spoke about it earlier, but that was a hard one. Hippie was there, supporting me. Always came to my spaces, even if I had like 10 people or stuff. She was always there, and she always, liked my stuff and reposted it, on her old account. Of course, she has a newer account, has a lot of stuff on it. But man, that was a tough one because she was a fighter, and I didn't know that she would be gone so soon, and it's a shame. So if you haven't heard of Hippy Dippy, go check her out. She's just a beautiful soul in and out, and it's crazy how young she sounded, but I just found out her age today listening to that space. So anyways, I'll give it over to Mike. Mike, hope you're good, man. God bless everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. And yeah, I did hear, if you want, and anyone who is, close with Hippie, we did start off in this space speaking about her because I heard about it not too long before we started the space. I went to her memorial space, of course, and I totally had a complete breakdown. I bawled like a little baby. I didn't even expect it either until I said her name, and then it just kind of started, tears just came out. But she will be so sorely missed here. I can't express how much some of these relationships that we've made on this app, how impactful and meaningful they are to all of us. And Hippie is a prime example of that, that kind of impact that you can have just by showing up. And same with Tino. She was the same with me, that she came to all my COVID spaces. And I was looking back through our messages today and all of our comments today, and I was happy to see that there was a lot. That made me very, very happy, and it reminded me I need to be better at like responding in messages and stuff, because this isn't the first time we've lost one with vaccine injured on here, and time is precious for some of them. So thank you for bringing her up, and I'm going to miss her dearly. We had coming up on we did. Oh, there he is. Okay, you snuck past me, Freemason. You were down on like the third row, and then you snuck up, and you're literally right next to me in speaker panel. I was like, where did he go? I found you, Freemason. What's up?
Yo, what's going on, everybody? Hope everybody's blessed and well.
Likewise. What are you thinking about this Trump versus Elon thing?
Well, I mean, the deficit part's a problem, no matter how you throw it. And there's 4 or 5 senators that are arguing against it. They want to get rid of the debt ceiling forever. And I don't know if you saw Trump and Pocahontas are in a little bit of an agreement with that. But, if this is one big, beautiful bill that's meant to last, then we need to get our ducks in a row now, because, 4 years from now, we'll be doing the same thing. The other thing, and I know a lot of people aren't friendly to Rand Paul, but he brings up a point. At the end of the day, we've always been able to pin the debt ceiling on the Democrats for like the last 4 presidencies, because what ends up happening is the first, the first term, they end up losing one of, the president incoming loses the House or the Senate or both. And now it's going to be our debt completely, 100%. The 1.6 is not enough. It breaks down to 2 to 3 billion per year over the next 10 years. On top of that, there's charades of the Green New Deal still in the bill. They need to negotiate this now while they still have it.
How do we fix it, Freemason? Tell us. What do we got to do?
Well, I mean, I can't really give you that, because just like the Freemasonic lodges, such as the Senate and the House. I mean, a lot of people don't realize, but the model of the Senate and the House comes directly from the Freemasonic constitutions. Literally, it's the exact same thing. The gavel, the master, the speaker, all of it's exactly the same. So, we can't even agree of whether we're having a fucking ham sandwich after a meeting or not. So, but, part of the problem is some of these people represent a constituency that are fine with them, right? So, like, just take, for instance, we don't like Johnson on one thing, but his state does, right? So no matter what we say, we're undercutting ourselves, and that's what we do wrong, as opposed to the Democrats, right? They stick together through thick and thin, and, and we don't. We air ourselves out. Everybody's a fucking hero, and at the end of the day, when we lose the House, then what are we going to do? So I think that if they add a little bit more to the deficit and they can come to a better agreement on the debt ceiling, I think this bill passes pretty fast.
I'm hoping it doesn't. Like, I stress out about enough. I feel like politically, like we didn't need this. Like, this is we're still like, it's because it's distracting. It's distracting. It's obviously like nobody wants it. So why is this happening? Well, we know why it's happening. We know we don't want it. We know we're pretty much, essentially powerless, other than to use our voices and get on our representatives to, not support this. But beyond that, I mean, we have so many other things that we're concerned about right now that we're totally dismissing because we have to deal with this complete horse crap that's being delivered to the American people. Like, I still want the Epstein files. Like, I don't know about everyone else. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? Why is this nonsensical bill? It kind of reminds me of the TikTok ban bill. It kind of reminds me of that. I was just like, what is going on? Like, this is obviously so stupid, and yet it's going forward.
Well, apparently, I'm sorry. I just want to.
No, go ahead, bro.
Apparently, we're gonna get a video soon. So.
Yeah, Bongino said that. I saw that earlier today. And on the other note, right? Like, they have to codify some of what he ran on from the executive orders, and now that Elon kind of butted heads, I guess him and Johnson had a call yesterday that was like a half hour long. Now Johnson's going to bring back before Congress some Doge cuts, like $9.5 billion. But to what extent is that enough? At the end of the day, I will say one thing. Like, I gotta say, these people were picked, right? So I'm not going to slam Bongino or Cash when they were handpicked to do their jobs. That we don't know anything about them other than what we were told or leading up to the election, right? but real investigation takes time. And, look what they did with Trump for almost 10 years. And none of it stuck. And he still won. Now, of course, albeit that's Trump. And there's probably not another person on earth, maybe shy of Elon, that could withstand that type of barrage. But let's make something stick and make an example, a finite example. And today there was an announcement by Bongino that if you're corrupt and you're a politician, it doesn't matter. And that's the thing, Destiny. Like, it's not just Democrats that have fucking enriched themselves, right? They all are filthy. They're all slime bags. And there's a video I posted up the other day with Byron. He's getting interviewed from the guy from Instagram. He kind of stops people in their careers, ask them how they got rich and what they do. And he happened to catch Byron going into the Congress Hall. And Byron told him, you should be out of here in a few years. And that's been one of my thoughts for a long time. In fact, I've brought that up at Masonic meetings. What ends up happening is the master stays on for longer than he's supposed to. And then the secretary stays on for longer than it's. Well, if you have those two in synergy all the time, they're obviously protecting the purse strings. And such is the same here. These people get in, they get a taste for blood. They realize that there's shit that maybe we'll never know, or, what we don't know doesn't hurt us. And they're all, in my opinion, all these politicians are slime bags. And here's Trump, a street guy from New York who's built up an empire. And in fact, Charlie Kirk was asked not too long ago by some fucking lunatic lefty, oh, you mean the billionaire that lost his businesses? And he just said, hey, have you made $1 billion yet? In other words, success is not a ladder of straight success. It's many rungs to the ladder. It's ups and downs and falls and pick yourself back up and restart. So, I mean, it'll be interesting to see. I do agree there's a lot of stuff that has to happen that we were promised. But let's not forget, we're barely getting into 6 months. And I'm sure some of the stuff, like, for instance, I'll stop the war on day one. I knew that was not going to happen. I knew that 100% just being a student of war. Having said that, now look at this fucking guy. Putin might react in a way that we don't want to see with this last attack. It's really intense and crazy. Now there's rumors that the agencies knew and didn't even tell Trump. I mean, when you look at the art of war, there's many ways to skin a cat. And what Zelensky just did was definitely not one of them in the middle of a negotiating factor. It's acting like as if he was the United States, and he doesn't have that type of power.
Freemason, good to see you, bro. But deeply offended that you dead named our Speaker of the House. His name is Speaker Micro Johnson. And I'm going to need you to keep that going for me.
Holy moly.
Did you get that? That's an order from Dustin. Micro
I got
Johnson
it.
Well,
what happens is I have to, because I still have Dustin's fucking beautiful
I think it's
sunglasses.
funny. I think we should make t-shirts, honestly. I'm a big fan. I think it's hilarious.
I even went down to Florida and I got...
I'm a micro fan. Put it that way.
I even got down to Florida and got stuck at Rohan for a week.
Destiny, can you hear Freemason talking?
Jump in.
Destiny, can you hear anybody?
Flash. Oh no, that didn't work. Well,
so
figured that would work. Since your hand is permanently stuck, either you can unmic or I can.
Can you hear me?
Bro, she couldn't hear anybody. She was totally. That was funny. She's just like, I thought she was just throwing freaking Freemason underneath the. Like, I ain't got time for him. Okay, it's a freaking purple and green profile pic. I don't give a shit about him. I was like, wow, bro.
Yeah, man.
Hold on one second. Let me see here. Sorry, I was away. I'm on my way up. I'm bringing her back right now. Voluntarily. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Yeah, by the way, it has to be Speaker Micro Johnson from now on. That is a mandate that has been codified in Say Something Spaces.
Love it.
So there we go.
Wait until I get Elon to say it, and like Homeboy is done. Like, you want to end Homeboy's career? We're not going to do it through voting. We're not going to do it like. Have Elon call him Micro Johnson, and he's done.
Hey, Dustin, what do you think of all these fucking lunatics abusing the taco joke? Like, bro, these guys, they think they're so fucking funny. It's like, bro, that shit is retarded, dude.
Anything to do with free? That That was that Trump always chickens out thing, the taco tariff.
Right. Taco. Yeah.
And yeah, so they were
Fucking
saying that he chickens out. He's giving in
retarded.
on the tariffs. Yeah. Because I think
That's the other thing.
I think this
Lindsey Graham's
space
nuts,
is about
bro,
to
with his
crash.
tariff idea.
Lindsey Graham wants to burn the world
Holy
down
fuck.
because he's in the closet. Like, right? He's so mad that like he can't be who he wants to be.
Isn't he retiring?
No, dude, he's fucking rugged. Trump's already fucking slurped him. Already like full blown endorsement.
Oh no, I was
bullshit.
I confused him with Mitchie.
By the way, I didn't realize that fucking R. Thomas Murphy was fucking Murph, like the fucking military fucking legend. I don't know how that didn't click in my head until a couple days ago. Dude, we gotta get fucking Murph across the finish line, fucking South Carolina. Dude, seriously, like his fucking record and story is fucking amazing. Right? Ignore the homeless man Billard, right? Because I appreciate that too. But dude, all of a sudden I realized like who he was. I'm like, God damn! I'm ready to go fucking South Carolina right now and get to work.
Yep. Get some boiled peanuts and pop up like a barbecue tent, bro.